Ba-dum-bum. All right. All right. Let's investigate. Dum dum dun 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 dun. All right. Where did my oh, there we go. There we go. I guess I'll do this. Not so sure you guys can even read that. So I guess first. So who do we have? Alyssa, Oscar, Boskonovich. Oh yeah, because she's from the actual June side. I was like Kazama. Kazama how? Wait, but then why? Wait, how do they do last names in Japan? Because if it was Jun Kazama and Kazuya Mishima, how did it become Jin Kazama instead of Jin Mishima? Do we do we Whoa, chill, bitch. I didn't even know I had a button bound for that. I was actually gonna go over my keybinds and do a little bit of remapping, I think. Um Alright, block all. Actually, I think we want you. We'll have to change it around as we go. It doesn't really matter. So for this one though, I guess we would do block all. Block. Actually, this one would be punish, and then we would want her to do dick jab as quick as possible. Okay, yeah. Yo, what up, dog? Titties. Just raise him as a single mother. So she said, fuck you to Bozo Kazuya. Oh, Kazuya wasn't even in the picture. Bro, he was a fucking. This man's the head of a fucking corporation and he still played the not my kid. Holy shit, dude. Kazuya is such a piece of shit. All right. So what we're trying to I'm trying to go through the patch notes and test and see how everything is right now, and then we're gonna see what it's supposed to be like. So what I'm testing right now is supposedly when Alyssa does down forward one, the opponent can do a duck move really fast afterwards. So that's why I'm like, I guess it doesn't really seem unnaturally fast to me, but I guess it's ducking faster than it should. Might just be a random thing because it says the phenomenon. So, phenomenon. So, could just be a happens every now and then random thing that they're just ironing out. All right. Damage output for down back 2-2 1+2 was inconsistent with expectations. Don't know what that would classify as. So the damage has been adjusted from 13 to 10 to match the damage output of the input. Okay, so we need her to get hit. So where's the 1+2 go? Because it is down back 2-2 1+2. Yeah, so where's the because I'm pulling out the chainsaws, but so that does 22 and that does 25 to pull out chainsaws. The damage output for down back 2-2 1+2 is inconsistent with expectations, so the damage has been adjusted from 13 to 10 to match the damage output of the input down back. I'm confused because where does this number 13 even come into play? I guess right there. So they're just making it even. It's just going to do the same amount of damage whether she pulls out chainsaws or not. I don't think that's... I don't even... There they go with that little bit of 3 damage. That little bit of minimal ass damage where you're like, that's not the issue there, bro. The issue's the fucking when the chainsaws are out. It's fucking game on. So is she? She's +5 on that. And she's +5 into chainsaws. Let's talk about that one. That 3 damage, that little extra damage of which if she pulls out chainsaws or not, that's not. Let's talk about that +5 into chainsaws. It is on hit. What are we looking at if we do that into block? -9, so still hurts. She's still safe. She's not even punishable. I put that shit at least -10. You pull out chainsaws and you're on block, -10. You're getting punished. It's a little baby tap tap, but those chainsaws are getting put away. At -9, they should be getting put away anyway, but she ain't taking damage for it. Like, nah, you committed. Are we really targeting the unblockable? The issue where the positional relationship became strange when being attacked by the opponent during an animation has been fixed. So I've seen the wording of that a few times. So like this one. This isn't a fix that has to do with Alyssa's side. This is for people fighting Alyssa, right? Because this is saying the positional relationship became strange when being attacked by the opponent. Which would really mean if the opponent attacked, you know, you're getting hit. The person that's attacking is going to be the one that's thrown off. You're getting hit. You're getting hit anyway. Doesn't matter what position you are afterwards, right? I feel like that's more benefit to the player that's actually attacking. Because I read a few that were like that, and I was like, is that a... That's more of like a matchup thing. Wall rising 4. So her fastest crouch punish is being expanded what way? Just expanded. It's just been expanded to mitigate whiffing for certain moves. So on that, wall rising 4 isn't like a general neutral tool necessarily. So it's like, all right, I guess generally you're using that just to punish. So I'm not too worried that an expanded hitbox in that situation is gonna necessarily cause ruckus. You know, if you're whiffing on a punish that should be a punish, like nah, you got to give that to him. You know, even if it was the most busted character in the game, if their shit's not working proper, you got to give it to him. That's just not. Fuck it. That's not cool. You know. So I've seen here that a few of the characters say balance direction. Like they don't. So what? They're just like she's cool where she is for right now. They like where Alyssa is. So that's kind of telling of like the balance direction of Tekken in general of what they're kind of looking at. Is they're not mad about that necessarily. They didn't touch chainsaws at all. Not in a way you'd think. They got that little hell sweep damage difference, which is, like I said, when it happened to me. Like, that's not, that's not what I'm hell sweeping for. Go ahead and take 3 damage. That's fine. Take the tax. I don't care. Based on overall direction, adjustments were made to improve the usability of the new elements in Tekken 8, namely Naniwa Gusto and Destabilizer, to expand the variety of offensive options. Okay. So off the bat, they're saying Asuka got buffed. Her stances weren't working the way they wanted them to. They got buffed. Okay. So Alyssa got nothing really. Like it was mainly just make her work right. It was mainly just make her work right. I think I'm not sure what the reasoning on the when they do these little baby damage changes, it's they just come off as weird to me. Like, because it says behavior, so I get like they just didn't realize it was doing more damage and they wanted it to be the same damage all along, you know? Because it's like this is not effective to gameplay. I just it's just a non-effective change in terms of fighting, you know? This one could be this could be big. The positional relationship ones, I've they say they've been changing them and I still keep ending up in weird ass positions after certain hits, or Tekken's always had weird ass interactions, so I don't what was the weird relationship that was going on that's not, what was it supposed to be? Because they said they changed the way Morning Crow 2-2 acted at the wall, and let me tell you, that shit's still not that good at the wall. It's still very awkward. Fuck, you did yesterday. Oh my god, I got the shit. We should pull up that replay. I don't remember who I was fighting, but I Morning Crowed past him, and I crossed him up, and I was like, they're gonna swing, and I did 2-2, and he did a full fucking U-turn and zoomed back and hit him and killed him, and I was fucking dying. I was like, that's some Marvel shit in 3D, and it's because that they like they changed the tracking of it before. It made it so maybe shit like that. I don't know. I don't know. So these ones are fucking scary to me because I don't. There's quite a few people that had their rage art changed, and it says that when intercepting an opponent's attack, right? So they get hit, and it's a rage art, so they're taking the damage through the armor. It says that there's been, I guess there's been times where people are getting hit on the rage art, and the rage art's not connecting to them, which yo, that's infuriating. So they're expanding the hitbox so that doesn't happen. But it just says in so of whiffing in certain instances. So now I'm like, but how much bigger is their rage art in general? Like, how much do you have to respect now to where they could just fucking whip that shit out on you? That's my worry about some of the moves that have these like expanded hitbox and neutral expanded hitbox changes. Because some have very specific uses, and it's like, all right, you're not gonna see that much. It's not gonna be abused or whatever. But it's like these ones on Rage Art, or I know Brian got one on one of his kicks, and I'm not sure what kick it is. We'll see when we get there. But if it's the one I'm thinking, I'm like that could be pretty dangerous. You know, that could go from standing short range to fucking sweep range, and it's like, oh wait, whoa, this is fucking crazy hard to deal with in the neutral, you know. So those just have to come down to they play out, right? They play out. They play out how they play out. Behavior of the opponent upon successful parry has been adjusted, and instances of whiffing in certain situations have been alleviated. See, like the okay, so a lot of these are still behavior change. I like that they have them labeled. It's like, all right, cool. So I don't even really need to check some of them because we could just see what it is from reading it. It's like once again, if you're landing the parry, there's a few times where Reina right out, and I don't know if this is just like Cheesecake not landing the follow up or something, but she'll land the parry and then still just it's just neutral afterwards. And the person they're playing will be able to block and it's just neutral again. And I'm just like, how are you landing the parry and not getting a follow up? That would irritate the shit out of me. Parries are hard to do, man. Like real parries. Not that fucking stance shit where it's just like, ho ho, did a stance, got you, motherfucker. I know all about that shit from Siegfried. And at least that had to call out like generally a specific type of move. I know Reina covers all mids. No, no, no. Do I have that backward? Reina covers all mids. Azucena covers highs and lows. I think I have that right. Phenomenon where the opponent could crouch to evade subsequent high attacks after being hit by down forward 1 or down forward 4 unnaturally quickly has been corrected. So I'm like, what do we... Wait, what? Why would you even... Is that what we're talking about here? Yes, what? You just hitting me with a random yes? Opponent could crouch to evade subsequent high attacks after down forward 1, 2. Okay. So there we are with the unnaturally quickly one. So in these ones, I'm guessing they just I don't know what's happening, but they just made sure the block stun is solid now. I assume these ones are like loopholes or like holes in the block stun, and for some reason block stun wasn't triggering properly, and now they're like, all right, block stun's gonna work right. Oh, yes, about the stances. Yes, yes, yes. So her wall running 1+2 reduce the knockback distance when the attack is blocked. Changes have been made to trigger tornado upon counter hit. That's a really strong wall running, is that not? So if you... S okay. That's dangerous. Do other... Nah, some of them wall splat, but they don't tornado on hit. Because usually if someone's running at you, the answer is, like, you want to jab check the run, and then they can slide, you know, to go under the jab check. But now she can run at you and swing at you from the wall running, and if she counter hits your check, you're dead. You're just going to get comboed off that. She's going to land a back splat into whatever, and she's going to run that shit off you. And then it reduces the knockback distance, which is that's not cool. I don't like that one. Wait, what? We're reducing that? She's already able to do whatever she wants. We're reducing that? That's the problem with wall running moves in the first place, is they don't have enough knockback on them. Yeah, you get plus frames, but the fucking instant mix afterward is crazy. They're reducing... That knockback is too much. What? This is the opposite of what I wanted to see happen to Azucena. I wanted her to get more knockback on her while running, and instead they still just messed with the frames again, but, you know, whatever. They keep trying. Let them keep trying. They'll fucking end up somewhere. Nani wa Gusto. So Nani wa Gusto is a buff? How's her Nani wa Gusto work? How do I initiate a Naniwa? I guess I could get in heat, right? So during Naniwa. During Naniwa. Alright. So we're in Naniwa Gusto. So that is buffed somehow. I don't really know what it does for her. Consumes Naniwa Gusto during heat, partially intermittent chip damage on block. It makes it good somehow. Alright, so during that, damage is so they reduced the damage. They were like, yo, her knocking the shit out of you for 42 during heat, that's crazy. Tornado is now triggered upon count. So same thing they did to the normal version. They just had to carry that over. Behavior on block has been adjusted. Opponent's recovery time has been increased by 5 frames. Bot from +6 to +11. Bro, they did something like this. So it doesn't this guarantee an like this I thought if someone gets you a certain amount of plus on block, can't they just hit you? Or is it just becomes a literally like don't ever fucking press their situation? I thought there was some way to get enough plus frames on block to where it's just a guaranteed hit, but I might be thinking just plus frames after a crush, You know, it's too much information. It does whatever. But so now, because they did the same change to Brian's heat, and I was like, bro, he was +9 after his heat smash or his heat burst or something, and they made it +15, and I was like, holy fucking shit, like. We're talking crazy frames now. I don't know what all my special shit is on Devilgen, but I don't think I have anything that's that plus. +15 broke my brain for a minute. So this is saying from +6 to +11 from a wall running move. And then it decreases the pushback on hit. Opponent is near a wall. They will now be susceptible to wall splat. Wait, are we talking on... Is this all on block behavior? That's all one thing. So if she's in heat and she wall runnings you into the wall, you just get wall splat? And it's +11, so she gets a combo on... No, wait, no. Stop. What are they doing? There's no way that works like that, right? Maybe it doesn't wall splat normally. Let's check. Let's go up to the wall with that shit. Alright, you need to get hit. You gotta get hit, Oscar. I'm sorry, you gotta get hit. Yeah, no, that wall hit, that wall splat. So now they're saying only during 90 Wagusto though. Only during 90 Wagusto. So when she's in heat, they're making some people's heat a lot fucking scarier. Which I don't know how other people feel about Devil Jin's heat moves. I don't really know what the consensus is on those. It's all about his heat smashes, really. Like even when we watched a lot of the people do it, like yeah, he has a little bit of trappage with it, but it's like they're pretty expensive, and I don't really necessarily know the. I guess they keep them safe, so we can like do something and stay safe. But you know, I'm not so sure. Main man stopped bitching about him. No, I'm not saying the consensus on Devil Jin. I'm saying his heat moves specifically. How he does the spiral into laser, or how he does the flying kick into laser. Like I feel like those moves, because Demon Spiral can be jabbed out if you're really on point, and the kick can be sidestepped. The flip he does into laser can be sidestepped. So like all his actual like special heat moves he gets, as a Devil Jin player, I feel like they're not that great. So I'm like, what do you know? What do my opponents think? You know, do they feel strong? Are they hard to deal with? Like, because I feel like they just get blocked a bunch, and it's like, all right, back to neutral, and it kind of just I could buy a hell of time with it. I get space control, I guess, a little bit, but compared to some other people's heat moves, I feel like the heat moves aren't that good. Heat smash is really good, although it's getting nerfed now, so consumption amount of heat was inconsistent between the inputs and okay, so these are the inputs for the same move. One is just moving a direction and one is doing it in place. So it was for some reason it was costing different heat amounts. They just standardized that easy. During destabilizer, forward 1+2 or 1+3. Frame advantage on block has been changed from -9 to -3. Reduce the knockback distance when attack is blocked. Now deals chip damage. So she's going to be right up on you because I guess that's too much. I guess that's too much distance between her right there. When the attack is blocked. Okay, so set her to block. Set her to block. She is blocking. It's a grab. That's a grab input. What are we talking about? What are we talking about here? Destabilizer 2. Okay, I tried that. Okay, there we go. So when it's blocked, -9. So the pushback on that. It's going to be -3. So allowing her to actually be able to call out a high, possibly. Give her some sort of mixability. Instead of just being automatically jabbed out. Reduce the knockback distance when the attack is blocked. Yeah, so. During Destabilizer 4, frame advantage on block has been from -18 to -14. So this is no longer launch punishable. Hmm. One sec. Let me hit the let me hit the spreadsheet real quick. Let me hit the spreadsheet real quick. Where you at, ass sucker? All right, so we're looking for some lows minus 11, low minus 26. Okay, so that's launchable. Low minus 20 is launchable. 12, 11. That's a low high minus 25, whatever that's about. Mid, low minus 26. Those are strings. Does she have any individual lows? Minus 12, minus 11, minus 18. Down 1 plus 2. Kazuya can still launch her. I think other characters. Kazuya has a 13 frame launcher. He's the only one with that. I think other characters might have a standing 14 launcher. I do not. I do not. I could force Morning Crow pressure after, or I could 4-4. Um, I don't know. I kind of feel like that should be launchable. I guess since she only has, because it's not even like that's a high. If that was a high option, and it was only a high low mix, well, because then you'd have no reason to duck. So I guess the high mix doesn't need to be the mid, but I I kind of feel like that should be launchable. Whatever, whatever. See how it plays out. See how it plays out. Okay, next on the board we got this dumb bitch. Yeah, you know who it is. It's your favorite dumb bitch, number one in the coffee industry, Azucena. Can't see me. You number one dumb bitch. Alright, she got nuked, right? Based on the overall direction of the patch, adjustments were made to suppress the outstanding performance of certain moves. Adjustments were to do. They had to suppress her. She's a fucking Omega level mutant. They already nerfed her 3 times and they still had to suppress her performance, bro. Jesus Christ. I love the wording there of certain moves. Additionally, since relying solely on low risk pokes was overly effective, the performance. Bro, I was complaining about that the other day. I was like, why the fuck is she so safe? I remember that breakdown. The performance of such moves has been toned down while enhancing the performance of moves related to special stances, which is fair. Stances should have, benefits. Stances are kind of risky inherently, so, it should have some benefits. Although, this fucking weird multi-GI property they got going on here, I feel like in Soul Calibur with Siegfried, his, his spinning parry or his base hold parry GI, they were for specific moves where because the moves were divided a lot more. Where yeah, if you did a horizontal into the base hold, you'd get parried. But if you did a vertical or a low, or things were divided more. Where here with the stances, it's any high, any mid, any low. And as Usina's case, the one stance does any high, any low. And it's I feel like without having that vertical horizontal differential, it becomes it's kind of weird. It's kind of awkward. I haven't fully labbed out those situations to know if going into those stances for them, since you can't use your best moves, like does the question there becomes, does every character have an option to cover these situations? Because if they're able to do that kind of stuff into stance and it gets rid of your fast high, fast low, and like your best mid is just too slow to cover anything, like no, that's not like no, I don't know. But like I said, I haven't labbed out every situation like that, so don't know. Um, to make it easier to fight with Azucena's distinctive playstyle, further improvements to the performance of moves related to special actions are planned for the next update. They already have. They already have further plans to tweak her. Bro, Omega level mutant. Oh my, you would think they would have learned from releasing fucking Leroy and Falkenraum the way that they did. They would have learned from the difference between like, all right, this character's strong to we created a fucking monster. And look at what they did to Falkenraum and fucking Leroy. They completely gutted both of them. Falkenraum got nerfed into the dirt, and in the next game, Leroy was unplayable for the beginning. Like, they nuked them. So, Azucena's, she's gonna slowly die of radiation poisoning. She's taking the nuke. To make it easier to fight with Azucena's, maybe. Oh wait, is she not getting her stance buffs right now? Are any of these her stances? Because they said right here they want to make her stances better. So that's what they could be talking about with special actions. But we're going to go through and see. So I guess we'll see if any of these are stances. But you are right. That is a little... It is a little vague. I can see it. I can see it going either way, but yeah, because to fight with her distinctive playstyle, they're trying to tone her down while keeping her her, which I respect that. I'm not against that. You know what I'm saying? Like characters shouldn't be balanced out to be homogenous. They still need to keep their identity, so they do have to do that. So Rage Art. So this is one of the ones that scares me. Forward movement when intercepting the opponent's attack has been increased, leaving it. Okay, so did Asuka specify that as well? The hitbox when intercepting. Okay, so pretty much if you connect with a Rage Art now, and you're open to be hit, you're getting hit from now on. Like, of course, if you like jab and you're safe after the armor, in some instances you'll still be safe, but clearly there was times where people were hitting and then rage arts were whiffing, and that's infuriating. I agree with that. To make it easier to evade with sidesteps, the hitbox of the first attack has been reduced. Frame advantage. I like that they made this punishable. This should be punishable. The distance from opponent on hit or block of the second hit has been reduced. That the distance from the opponent on hit or block of the second hit has been reduced. So it's punishable, but if you get hit, she's right in your fucking face, right? First task since I got it. They're like, go right back. You're on hardcore though, right? You're probably best to get a few of those stocked up anyway. Hey, what up, Toshi? So for that one, so when is the? So if we set this to block, and then we want this to sidestep, it's a 1. So we need her to sidestep, right? So they're just reducing the initial hitbox of the 1. I assume they're talking width, right? I assume they're talking the width of the hitbox and not the actual distance of it. Because I'm like, she does move forward quite a bit on that, but I assume that move is just a lot thicker than it should be. So that move's getting nerfed and buffed. All that sequence is getting nerfed and buffed all in the same, because this the less distance from opponent on hit or block of the second hit has been reduced. That seems like a buff to me. Only need 1. Yeah, I guess there's like not too much risk of losing. Hey, you get another one, you can move it to the other account and sell it. But there's like, yeah, there's not really a big risk in losing. And it's going to be punishable. Good. Should be. So with the wording, the hitbox of the first attack has been reduced to make it easier to evade through sidesteps. So I'm guessing, I'm not sure what her like most plus situation is to like get a good amount of plus frames, but like I said, I'm assuming these moves are a lot wider than they should be. Recovery time of the second attack has been increased by 4 frames. So if she whiffs this, -7. So she's a lot more committal. She goes through with this. She's not punishable. What's she get on hit for that? I guess that's what she gets on hit. Just the hit. Okay. -7. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Yeah, that one should be punished. Fuck that shit. That move can go to hell. And then on hit, instead of being +7, she's going to be +3. So on hit, you can still be trapped, but you can move. I think you'll be able to sidestep if she tries to go for a 1 or 2. I assume that's what they're trying to do here, is doing this into this was just way too guaranteed. And they're like, all right, let people step out of that if they want, if they can, you know, situations like that. The input window for the second hit has been reduced, preventing delays in execution. So down forward one. Try to see how long you can delay that. Quite a bit. Definitely a hit confirmable if that. Yeah, that says 2-hit combo even on the delay. So they're getting rid of that. So that's not going to be hit confirmable anymore. Input window for the second hit. The damage for the second hit has been decreased from 17 to 13. So overall, the sequence will be doing 4 less damage. The hitbox of the second attack has been reduced to make it easier to evade through side steps. So what? Like what? They built her like she's fucking Hugo and they made her look like Harley Quinn? Why they gotta make all her shit so skinny? And why is her shit so thick in the first place? It's like she's got King's wireframe. They got King's frame and then they put this tiny girl there and they were like, yeah, this is fine. Like, why is she so thick? All right, cool though. Cool. Azu's getting hit pretty hard. She's been getting hit from the beginning. She's just slowly dying of radiation poisoning. Lily is tough, and she didn't even get hit that much. If I look through the patch notes, right, I think only like 2 things touched. Alyssa and Lily, Deviljin, that power level seems to be where they want the game. They don't want it higher than that, but those characters seems to be. They seem to be okay with that. Where they're not necessarily getting hit, they're just getting toned a little bit. And it's like, huh, okay. So like to gauge, you know, just have like some kind of gauge of what to expect from the game at this point. Characters that are under that power will probably be getting buffed. Characters that are over might be Lily, Victor, and a few others will be snippy snappy. You think so? Victor? Bro, I would love Victor to get hit because all the Victor players, oh, he's so mid. He's not even that good. He's so mid. He doesn't have good lows. And then they're like, oh yeah, but his highs and mids are like the best in the game. And it's like, dude, you don't need lows if your highs are so oppressive that you have to duck at some point. Then you opened them up for the mid. Like, you don't need a low in that situation to make them duck. Like, oh man. It's like, okay, so you don't mix like a normal character, but you still definitely. You think Claudio? I thought Claudio was strong, and then people are like, he's not that. He's not. You know, people in the beginning thought he was strong. I feel like he's kind of strong, and then supposedly it's died down, and they're like, you know, Claudio ain't that crazy. I still feel like motherfucker's pretty annoying, but I feel like if anything gets changed, it needs to be high armor crush, high power crush heat engagers, or like that shit's insane. They did not think that shit through properly. They're like, bro, no one's just gonna spam this shit neutral. There's no way. And then game came out and everybody's just spamming that shit neutral. They're like, huh, didn't see that one coming. Wait. What did I just fucking read? The duration of the attack and the hitbox of the third attack have been adjusted to make it less likely to hit opponents behind you. Bruh, I would have been so pissed if I came up to punish her because I sidewalked and she fucking hit me with that shit. High armor is fine. High armor heat engager is not. You should not have Power Crush and Heat Engage on the same fucking move. You know how bad it is leveling Prayer Bearing? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. You think Heat should only be activated through certain attacks and just get rid of raw activation in general? That what you're saying? I thought some people could Heat Engage during a combo. I feel like what you're spitting would make the game a lot more fun than what's going on right now. And it would still keep their aggressive direction, you know? So this, it's losing 2 damage. Very minor damage. It would mean you need to activate Heat either with a raw move or mid combo, which we already do. Yeah, instead of having to use your mid as a fucking starter, you could use it somewhere in your actual sequence. I wish there was a way, like, so you know how if you're in Heat and you do a Heat, if you do a move that's Heat, you could Heat dash out of it if you hold forward. I kind of want them to do that to normal Heat engagers. So if you do the move and you don't hold forward, it won't Heat engage. Because, like, I've talked about this before. Like, Deviljin, a big part of his game plan is using the forward forward 2 and up forward 4 for space and yeah, exactly. And it changes how he plays a lot, and then he can't play to the system of the game. That's how I've been playing into it, and it's like, all right, I'm just gonna get Heat when I get it, and I'm gonna run with it, and if I don't get something, it is what it is. But it does kind of, it doesn't fit with the way Tekken 8 kind of goes, where I feel like you kind of want to poke and chip, and then once someone's half-life, you just fucking, you know, and just burrow them out with that shit. But you think so? No, I definitely think you pressure and like run your blender, but I don't think you want that heat until around mid round to just fucking seal the deal. So that move, so her down back 3, they're buffing 2 damage and they're taking 4 damage off her down back 4. So this move is losing 4 damage, which this is kind of like her go-to like round closer low. So it's going to lose 4 damage. I don't know about other people's round closers that they would go for. So I don't know to say if that 17 is too high or not. Clearly they think it's not what they want, so they're taking 4 damage off it. Hmm. Okay, never mind. Tracking ability the second has been enhanced on hit or block of the first attack. Okay, so if you see how the back 1, you see how we're spinning in a circle? Back 1 puts you off axis a little bit here. So sometimes when she would do back 1-1, it would put her off axis of you and it would whiff. So they're increasing the tracking of this sequence to make it so it sh- is it a true combo on? Yes, that's a non counter hit. That's a true combo. So they're just making that more normalized, as it should be. If it's a true combo, you shouldn't be whiffing because it hit. That's stupid. If it's a true combo, it's a true combo. Why is it making itself whiff? Combo damage scaling after forward forward 4. So this must be for counter hits, I'm assuming, because you ain't getting no combo off that shit on a normal hit. Are you? Even then, I'm not the... I expected it to bounce on counter hit. I don't know the combo you would run off that, where that needed to be toned down to 70%. I don't know. I'm not sure what she's running off that. Wrong move. It's saying forward forward 4. The combo damage scaling of forward forward 4. The combo has been... I feel that, but I feel what you're saying, Toshi. But for Brian has. So I was talking about this earlier. Does Brian have really good sequences in Heat? You know how everyone, when they get engage in Heat, they gain new sequences? Where Brian's really strong? Because I was talking about Devil Jins earlier. He only has one. I saw they buffed that shit crazy, too. When I was reading Brian's section, I was like, dude, these frames are insane. Because, like, Devil Jin's Heat sequences, they don't feel very good. So generally for Devil Jin, it comes down to, am I going to do normal Heat Smash or Morning Crow Heat Smash? And, you know, unless I notice someone's like super mashing, then it's like, all right, I'm going to do the silly fucking laser frame trap. But it's not like none of it's like super good. Since the twisted spiral or whatever you could be jabbed out of, so even going for that, you can kind of get mashed out of, and then you don't get the laser even. So I can delay like all of Brian's stuff. Well, another thing to think about Brian is when you're in Heat, you have automatic Snake Eyes. So you have access to all that shit while being in Heat too. Unless he only has one Snake Eyes thing. Yeah, no, definitely, definitely. With the laser sequences, I get 2 and then I have to do a Heat Smash, or I get 3 if I want to. But that's generally, I think that's how it is mostly. +2 to +22. Those ones, those ones that they're doing that to are just situations where they want the character to have a guaranteed mix, and they didn't at this point. I've seen that. We've seen that with I believe Oscar or something, where they clearly want that character to have a guaranteed mix scenario in that situation, and they just weren't getting it. So wall running 3-2. Frame advantage is still +2, so she's still plus on it. Just less plus by 3 frames. I don't know what that really changes for it. The damage of the second attack has been changed from 20. It loses 7 damage. So my biggest problem with this move is, let me normalize some shit here. Whoops. Why are we so close? You know, we're still testing stuff with her, but let me just test something. Let me just see if this is all just some fucking placebo pill shit real quick. Let me see if I'm placebo pilling my shit. No, I'm not. So why? This was my problem. Why? Why? Just why? And this, I think this is perfect. You're +6, but there's distance between you, so it's not a guaranteed, I'ma fuck your shit up for being +6 on a wall running. I think this is how wall running should be handled. So that's why her being directly up in your shit afterwards is like so confusing to me with being so plus. That's one of the things I never understood about her wall running is it was so abusable, but yet she was right in your face afterwards. And it's like, okay, if you want this to be a main part of her tool, you at least got to give us some fucking breathing space. Like, it doesn't... I think this is really good. And it's steppable, too. It's a single hit. It's steppable. Like, it's kind of awkward to step. There's definitely some ways where it's like, oh, man, they stepped it. And then I get the hit, and I'm like, well, thanks, Harada. I'm not defending the actual hitbox of it. But in terms of properties, it is steppable, but there's space. It's +6, there's space. I think that's fair. Azucena, on the other hand, and they made that change with Asuka too, but the change they made with Asuka is that when she's in her buff form, her Nani wa Gusto or Heat, it now pushes back less and she's going to be close to you. Which, if they wanted to do that with Azucena and make it so in Heat, she's right up on you, okay, sure. But the fact that it's just she's right up on you all the time after doing it. So it's like, it doesn't matter if she's +5, +2. She can still trap off it. She can still trap you off it. It's still her turn after doing it. Like, I just... I don't know. I feel like attacking the frames of it's not where they need to be. And my reasoning for that is wall running moves are generally +5 or 6 across the board. Okay? If that's the case, why are some so outstandingly fucking utilized and versatile and others aren't really that big? You know? It's not the fucking +5 to +6. They're generally mids across the board. I know some people have, I'm not sure. I feel like most are mids. There are some wall running highs though, so I'm not going to negate that. Approach opponent down. So the throw. Expanded the hurt box for the opponent's counterattack to be more likely to connect after the attack ends. The collision detection with the opponent has been expanded upwards to reduce instance of positional swapping. Fucking what? So if she goes down for this, they made it more likely that pretty much when she starts this up, you could hit her. And it's more like you're going to fucking hit her for it, is what the first part is. The second part's what's got me fucking confused. The collision detection with the opponent has been expanded upwards to reduce the instance of positional swapping. I'm just confused on how that could ever cause a position swap. That's what people were crossing her up. I'm not even against, if that's what they're talking about, I'm not even against that. I call that tech. They should let that shit cook. Like, they already got rid of Devil Jin's cross up, which it's like, bro, that shit's some tech. If people got the fucking setups for that shit, let it cook. Unless it's like shown to be a fucking, oh, loopy, 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 haha, killed you, got it, done, no way for you to stop any of this. Then it's like, alright, then they gotta do something. But if it's just some fucking, never nerf the player for having skill. That's like number one. So if someone's reacting, unless, okay, wait, here's my question. Were they jumping over her with attacks that are supposed to hit her? Like how my up forward form whiff sometimes, even though it's a mid and a low crush that's meant to hit lows. Situations like that we're talking about, right? And you would end up jumping over her. If that's what we're talking about, completely proper. If we're talking about people actually just raw jumping over her ass on reaction to get some fucking stuff going, that's fucked up. Don't nerf that. But if people are properly reacting with the right kind of punish and it's not working right, good change. All right. Solid, solid, solid. Here we are with Brian. Byron, Byron, Byron. Where are you at, Cyborg? I didn't realize that that list goes in ABC order. Which one do they start me with? I don't mind default Brian. I like number 4 Brian. Default Brian's chill. We can rock it. Claudio. So Brian, balanced direction. Based on the overall direction of adjustments have been made to improve the usability of the new features introduced in Technate, namely Heat Smash and Snake Eyes. These changes are intended to expand the range of offensive options, particularly in the heat state. So, yeah, once again, across the board, they seem to try and make some characters heat state more more volatile. When they're in heat, they want you to be scared of some characters. Like, it's actually like a, oh shit. So that's what they did with Asuka. Seems to be with what they're doing with Byron here. So during heat, first off, so this one, when I read this, bro, Toshi, when I read this first one, I was like, oh shit, that already sounds just awful. This first one had me. Okay, so they just straight up added 10 damage to his heat smash. They're just straight up adding 10 damage to his heat smash. So that's just gonna be 55. You know what? But wait. Once again. Let me check something. Let me check real quick. Are we placebo pilling? I don't know what mine does. Before we go casting judgments. 56. All right, I'll let it cook. We have to let it cook. I was like, man, 10 damage more? That's a lot. I didn't realize he was doing so much less. We let it cook. So I guess they're working on normalizing across the board. With the heat smashes, they seem to be, like we talked about, bringing them in line. So, because with it being so erratic across the board, it's like, it makes sense that it's a more unified mechanic throughout. I didn't check what my plus frames were on block, but this one was also So let's see here. So right now, that is +1. That's +9. Really? So they're giving that +15 now. So I'm not sure what kind of crazy mix that's going to allow him to really go for. So he's going to be able to do some kind of low mid mix there. All right, so what's this part? So they're getting rid of that. They said wall splat too much, we're getting rid of that. He gets no more wall splat on heat smash. Is he able to do anything with that? Like, was that a meaningful wall smash anyway? Like, that's more of just a behavior thing. That's more just a behavior thing. The attack hitbox has been expanded and the mid-air opponent's behavior has been modified to reduce the occurrence of whiffing mid-combo. So that's clearly talking about if first hit hits, I assume. The attack hitbox has been expanded and the mid-air opponent's behavior has been modified to reduce the occurrence of whiffing mid-combo. How would that even happen, though? If the first hit hits already, how would it possibly whiff out? Off axis? That's what I was thinking. Like, if you catch an opponent mid-step, they're just going to fly off to the side. Oh, man. Gotta love it. You gotta love it, baby. That's my only, that's my only thought on that is like, okay, I get, like, yeah. Anything that comes down to just making something work properly, like I said, I don't care if it's the best character in the game. If your stuff is not working properly, fixing it is the #1 priority. I don't care how strong or bad it makes a character. If your shit is not working proper, it's got to be fixed. Adjust the collision detection with opponents to make it more difficult to slip under a floating opponent by extending the collision upwards. All right, so pretty much if you land like a counter hit back one into this, they want you to not be able to whiff. I assume something like that happens. Certain shenanigans like that. So bigger hitbox on that. Adjusting collision detection with opponent to make it less likely a counter attack to miss when intercepting this attack with a power crush. Adjusted. I feel like I've had time. So this is. So what, when it wasn't registering power crushes properly? Because I feel like there's a few times where I power crushed this, and I would still get crumpled, and I was like, what the fuck? Is that what we're talking about? It would just negate power crush for some reason. Was not power crushing being power. Adjusted collision detection with opponent to make it less likely for a counterattack to miss when intercepting this attack with a power crush. Does he step or something? It would trade when it's supposed to win against a Power Crush? 3+4 and down forward 2, 3. Pretty much both of the ones with this kick. I'm pretty sure they're because it has a nerf arrow next to it, so I'm pretty sure Power Crushes weren't working properly against that kick. Because I'm pretty sure you've Power Crushed, you've crumpled me through my Power Crush before on that, and I was confused as hell. So I'm pretty sure they've made this Power Crushable. Yeah, okay. Which it has no armor, no reason to do anything like that. So nah, you gotta take those Power Crushes, dog. I'm sorry. You gotta take those. Down 3-2. The phenomenon where the opponent could crouch unnaturally quick. I love this one. I love the explanation of that. Where they could crouch unnaturally quick and evade the second hit immediately after the first has been correct. So they just add some block stun to the first hit. They normalize the block stun. I guess because they call it the phenomenon, so I guess there's just certain instances where block stun wasn't working proper, and they've normalized block stun on certain moves. But I love the explanation. Could crouch unnaturally quick. I'm like, who the fuck caught that? Who was watching? They were like, man, someone's... They're like, man, that dude crouched so fast. Like, bro, you see how fast he ducked that shit? That is unnatural. Like, I just... the wording on it. You ducking too quick, dog. Yo, Matt. That's why your emotes weren't working yesterday, bro. You were unsubscribed. That's why your sweeps weren't coming through. Bro, potato hell sweeps, baby. The phenomenon. Dude, I love that shit. So down back, 1+2, decrease the distance from opponent on first hit. Yeah, see, like, bro, if it's a natural combo, it needs to natural combo. Like, you shouldn't be whiffing, unless, like, if we're talking, like, well, okay, even then, I was gonna say, like, if we're talking, like, tipper scenarios, but the second hit's a giant lunging punch. Like, I don't know why that would ever fucking, the second hit would whiff somehow, but, like, oh, I see what fucking... So the duck caused by the first part would count as like an actual duck. It's not even a full crouch. I don't know why he would swing over. All right, so they just fixed that, normalized, another just normalization. Hitboxes. So this one scares the shit out of me because it says reduce the occurrence of some moves whiffing at close range, and I'm like, okay. You can already you can hatchet kick from how far? Bro, how far do they want this to work? Like, you're going to be hatchet kicking from that far? Oh, oh, dude, what do they want from this? Like, that's going to hit you now? Like, what are they? Like, how far do they want that one to hit? Like, how are they? Hitbox has been expanded, resisting some moves with, like, I'm thinking, so I think when I'm reading expanding, though, that's what I'm saying, is it's not going to expand forward. They're expanding them down for OTG shit. It's not a forward expansion, but you're just like Dragunov. Brian is literally Dragunov, but brawler version instead of having the weird parries and shit like that. Like, Brian and Dragunov are very... same coin, different side. Hitbox has been expanded to make it less likely to whiff against. See, but this one specifies opponents at a downed state. That specifies down state. The other one says whiffing at close range. And then the whole wording to this one is weird about hatchet kick. The hitbox has been expanded, reducing the occurrence of some moves whiffing at close range. It almost sounds to me like that's a nerf and it's meant to say hurt box. Because what are they talking about reducing the occurrence of some moves whiffing at close range when we're talking about hatchet kick? What some moves are you talking about? Like that one is very very weird. Um During Snake Eyes, reversal effect has been added so that no longer oh yeah, we already talked about that one. So for some reason, which this one's hilarious because like I told Toshi earlier, I was already treating this how it should have been treated in the first place. This is a guard break fucking monster of a move. What was the input on it? He doesn't need to he can release it at any point. He doesn't need to full charge it. It's a monster of a move. It's brutal. But for some reason you were able to power crush it. Where you're not allowed to do that to most guard breaks. If you try and power crush him, you just get shattered, I believe. I actually don't fully know that. How would I set up a bot to do that? I believe you couldn't power crush other guard crushes. Because it just fucking made sense. But now I'm questioning it. I'm like, wait, could you? Do we know Steve's thing? What? It's Lionheart. What? Well, actually, we could just move list it. I forgot. I forgot they got that feature. Nice. Take me down during Lionheart. Oh, whoops. Wait, what? Are guard crushes not specified? I know mine, so fuck it. All right. He fucking. Do you have another? What's your other armored move though? Do you have another armor move, bro? Hey, well, this is fucking tech, huh? If someone has a fucking high armor move, I could just guard crush the shit out of you. Oh, you want a high armor in neutral? He. Oh, well, ain't that some shit? Good thing we went through these patch notes. Fuck high crush armor. Fuck high armor, bitch. I'm a fucking. Now that dude, this goes under highs. I didn't know this went under highs. That's fucking silly. This is way strong. I've been using it more. I've been sprinkling it in like some salt and pepper. I'm like, wait. The more I'm starting to see, I'm like, this shit's strong as fuck. We got a strong ass guard crush because we can cancel it into stance. All right, you know what? We'll test the situation with someone I know. I have a mid power crush. Huh. Now I don't like that change to you know what? Now I don't like myself for being so respectful to such stupid fucking things. And you know why it is? You know why it is? You know why it is? Marissa. It's all because Marissa. Yeah, no, it goes you could power crush. You could power crush this shit. Like full blown power crush it. That's rough, man, because he could release it at any point. So it's like sometimes you're like, oh, I want to hop kick it because he's charging, but then he releases it quick and gets you, and it's like, oh shit. Really just gotta like down forward for it real fast. Down forward one, something like that. During Snake Eyes. So this one is fucking huge. This change to Brian is pretty fucking big. Especially if this is his only heat sequence. This change is actually pretty big, I feel like. Um, so during Snake Eyes, he could do two. Oh, forward 2-1. He could do that. Right? Whoa, they took 90 heat off that? How much is a full heat gauge? Do we know how much a full heat gauge is? I'm like, that shit takes so long for him to do. The heat's burning out so long while he's doing it that who gives a fuck if it takes 90 less? He still doesn't even have time to do a whole other one of the sequences. He only gets one of those if he tries to go for that in heat, and then he has to do a heat smash into 50-50 to like spend the rest of his meter, really. For the consumption part of it. It doing, because even if it does 90 less, you know, you're going to be at about halfway. So a full meter is probably like 500, maybe, give or take. But he'll be able to get like 2. So he's going to get like 1 during heat. He's going to get like a nasty mix opportunity to fuck your shit up real quick. So from the 3rd hit on, he's buffed. The 3rd hit was -12. It's now no longer punishable. It's -2. 3rd hit on hit goes from +3 to +9. Frame advantage block on the 4th hit from -15. It was launchable. Now it's safe. Frame advantage on the last hit from -7 to +11. On hit for the 4th hit. On hit. Okay, I thought that one was on block for the 4th hit. No, on block to just, it's safe now. Okay, I was like, bro, +11 on block. What the fuck are we doing? Okay, cool. On hit. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. What does any of this really mean? Because if you're gonna, what's the point of stopping mid-sequence here on this combo? Why does it point out the third? Why are the 3rd and 4th hit getting buffed so much? Why would you want to stop the sequence instead of running the whole thing? So you get, if you want, you get 3 off that. So we're going on the 3rd hit. On hit will be +9. So it really just enforces that if he stops there, he can mix. And then the 4th hit being the knee. Frame advantage on hit. So he's going to be, you're going to be able to continue that. You're going to be able to actually turn this into a wall carry combo. Because you're going to +11 on that, so you're going to be able to go. And you're going to be able to jab that. I don't know what your 11 frame would be, but you're going to be able to wall carry out of that. Instead of just getting nothing. So that's actually kind of nice to get some kind of conversion off of that. Okay. Because that's why I was looking at all the frames here. I'm like, what's the point of changing the frames instead of just going through with the full sequence? But if the sequence doesn't get you wall right away, then you would just want to do something. And maybe even canceling it there to get the wall splat off jab into something else might be even more damage. They changed his 10 hit? Bro, that's all they did for Claudio. They were like, hey, this thing that no one probably really uses is not acting right. Yeah. We'll fix that. So what was going on was if Claudio had a starburst state, when executed in heat state. So if he was in heat and did his 10 hit, he wasn't able to do starburst, even though he's in heat and heat gives him starburst. So Claudio was getting fucked by his 10 hit. I'm not even gonna swap to Claudio. There's nothing to do there for that. You know, fuck him. Whatever. That's hilarious. Fucking 10 hit, 10 hit problems. I don't know what you want there. That's fucking hilarious. So Devilgen, based on the overall direction we're trying to go, adjustments have been made to suppress the performance of certain outstanding techniques. The tracking ability of during heat. So here's my question on this: is don't most people's heat have some kind of tracking? Is that not normal? No, I'm you know I only play one character. I'm just asking. Are most like are most smashes steppable? Is that like a normal thing? No, I'm with this because I've been on the other side of a Devil Jin popping heat, and it literally feels like once he pops heat, you kind of have to stand still because if you do one step forward and the Devil Jin hit it, you just get hit for moving at all. And like I'm with you guys. I'm like, bro, it to the point where it's like if I pop heat, I'm like, ha, you can't freeze tag, and it's like nah, I'm completely with it. I hate the whole fucking heat system, but I'm gonna use it to my advantage if I got it right. If my character got some crazy ass smash into 50-50, I'm running it is what it is. Take it away. Y'all gonna do it to me. But I don't agree with the system in general. I don't like the flow of it. I don't like the way it works. It's boring. It's hard but doable. Yeah. It is what it kind of feels like they're working their way towards that. Like they kind of didn't. It's kind of like they're seeing the light too, right? Where like they went in with an idea of like, yo, heat smash is fucking all over the board, and now they're seeing like, all right, let's kind of let's normalize these somewhat. It seems like that's what they're doing, going through right now with what we're seeing. They're kind of trying to get there. Seems like they're trying to get some. They're moving. They're moving somewhere. We might not know exactly where they're moving to yet, but we see movement. That's a plus. Um, restraining other actions. This is judgment necessity. The need to apply pressure to opponent. See, and you say accept the nerf or whatever. I'm embracing this nerf. I've already said in Discord. I think we got buffed here because the whole heat smash thing is a one-off scenario where you just throw it to the wind and gamble it and say, hey, I might win off this. But the change that they gave us is so much fucking better. It's so much better. Um, I wonder how much they're changing the distance of it though. With they said the forward movement has been reduced, and the reach has been shortened. So I'm wondering what they did with that because with it being such slow startup, the 18 frames, if they move it too far forward, it will actually become unusable in that zone, and I'm worried about that. So they're like I said, right now too far, too impactful, But if they go too close, touchy area there is what it is. We see how it plays out. I, I don't mind Heat Smash getting nerfed for what we got though, and I'll go over that. So down back 1+2 are Guard Crush. This is actually hilarious. This is a buff outright. This had no counter state. It had no counter state. So now it counter hits. It can counter hit now. Don't swing on. Don't fuck up that swing on the Guard Crush. Okay, here. So I'll go over this last one first. So up 1+2. The laser. It's a big piece of our combo. They made it so the 1+2 is a lot more consistent to read when you 1+2. My complaint here is that they only did the laser when I've seen in other characters throughout the patch notes that they've normalized 1+2 across the board. And I'm not sure if they only mentioned up 1+2 and it's normalized across the board, or if they only touch 1+2. Because, and I've talked about this before, this move, back forward, look right there, right there. Right there. You see how it's registering this? This is back forward 1+2, but it's registering it separately on the 1+2s, and it's going through with a full sequence of hits instead of just giving you the single jab. It's giving you this full fucking sequence unless you get it specifically really clean, right? Where there is a bind to macro it to have the 1+2 on a single button. But it's an issue with 1+2s across the board. I've seen other characters having the change, so it's clearly not just like a clean up your inputs type thing. There is an issue with their reader and how it handles awkward inputs. So, and if they normalize that, see right there, the fact that it goes into, like, I wouldn't even mind it if it just gave me the first jab and it was like, hey, you know, input messed up, here's a jab. The fact it goes through with multiple and sometimes does 1-1-2 or 1-2-2 and I'm fucking minus 14 to 17, it's like, dude, that's not cool. I was supposed to kill him and now I'm launched. This is not cool. So I'm wondering if that's an across the board thing. Here's the big, I'm fine with the trade-off to Heat Smash, because here is one that I've talked about a bit, and Toshi, you actually kind of showed the big weakness on this in the first place, is, so if I do this, right, if the first hit hits, the second hit becomes true. If only the second hit hits, the third hit still does not become true. Oh, wait, it does. Okay, that one, my fault. But the first hit has to whiff for that to become true. You can't step that on hit. But the issue here comes where, so I do the full sequence on block. You block it, you can step out of the back 1-2 no matter what. Right there, you can step out after that no matter what. Even if I was to hit the beginning back forward 2-1. Even if these two hit, you were still able to step out from the last two. Which felt very, very wrong. Because if I'm hit confirming the sequence, you know, if I'm landing it, it's like, how do you have so much time here to still sneak out? It didn't make sense that on block you were able to sneak out on any of the variations. Down forward 1+2. What's this one? This one. This one. On block, yeah, you can sneak out of all of them, right? But on hit, feels bad. I should be able to trap you, because you're safe to block it on hit. It's not guaranteed on hit, but you should still have to guarantee take it on block, let me get my space, and run my shit. So that's a very big change. Yeah, exactly, exactly. It shouldn't be just a, oh, let me step that sequence no matter what all the time. There should be that. But then here's where they blessed us. They not only gave that shit to Laser Cannon, they gave it to Laser Scraper and the last one. They said all your sequences now have better tracking on the third hit if the second one hits. Here you go, guys. Which that's a fucking feels good. Cause say you're trying to step, I could launch the shit out of you now and get a bound and run a combo off that. If I see you're trying to step my shit, or if I condition you to step, what I could call out your boop, and then you're fucked, which is how it should be. Because right now I would have to do this: stop, be -10, register your step, and then do an electric or a jab and call you out on swinging on me on -10, which was a feels bad. That was like, it's like, all right, betting my life on it. And yeah, it went in my favor a lot, but once you caught on, it was like, all right, there's some gambling shit right here. I'm -10, baby. All of the options right now are steppable. All of the options are steppable right now. On block or on hit. All of them are steppable. That was the whole feels bad of it, was there's no option that tracked out of laser cannon. The moment I did back 2-1, I'm locked in with either baiting out something at -10, because you could actually just outright punish me on this, but I conditioned you to step, so there's that. But still, I would have to call you out on -10. It's like, bro, this is not a good situation. Where in Tekken 7, this was a very big part of his spacing management, neutral control. It was a very big part of his game. So for them to make it so steppable now, I was like, dude, this feels weird that I can't ever guarantee the third hit. There was no way to guarantee the third hit unless I conditioned you to mash on my back 2-1, which most people never tried to punish anyway. So the conditioning game never really existed, because you would just always try and step out. So now I could at least, boom, get those to hit, boom, God Fist. We now have a space trap available, just like off forward 2. I could do this on hit, boom, you know, Morning Crow now. Bunch of shit. Lot of doors open there. I now have, yeah, this is -10, bro. But if you start jabbing it and not stepping it's the right option. Stepping it like you're doing is the right option. If you fall into a lot of things with Devil Jin they become traps if you start to play against them. If you just ignore them, there's nothing to worry about. But the moment you start trying to play into this and trying to jab it, and I see that you jab me out, I could then do this, and that stops the jab. And you'll just die because you jabbed. But if you just never try and jab it, you're fine every time. It's just one of those things that you just don't even need to worry about competing with, because it'll just get you in trouble. Right? I'm gonna run through I'm gonna run through all the patch notes, and then I'm gonna open a lobby once we're done, or at least open a lobby at some point. So we had one open yesterday. The lobby was kind of cooking last night, but you never showed up. Yeah, so now they gave tracking on the third hit no matter what. Only when landing the second hit, but I'm completely fucking fine with that. Mitigating the occurrence of whiffing midway through. Because this opens up so much. Because now, say like Hell Sweep, this on Oki's real now. This is now real Oki. Bro, because you're usually, you smell the game. You have that Daisuke built in. I'm surprised your ears didn't perk up and you were just like, lobby? Lobby? But yeah, this becomes real oaky now. Because if you wake up crouching, before my only option to call you out on mid wake up was generally forward, forward 2, or this, which are both heat engagers, which was a big problem I had. I didn't like that. So now this is a non-heat engaged way to call out Oki and crouches, where if I hit it, I can really maintain control of the screen and stuff like that. Where, like I said, heat smash is a one-off. This is all game. This is now a mid you have to worry about all game. Heat smash is a one-off. I'm completely fine with this change. I am completely fine with this change. Because laser cannon, that's an integral part of Devil Jin's gameplay and his neutral. Like, so that's why when Plus said he saw other Devil Jins dooming on Twitter, I'm like, bro, they're not real Devil Jin players. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about if they're dooming over this patch. If you were relying on Heat Smash completely to win your shit, like, fuck out of here anyway. No, 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 no. I would much rather have consistent nooch control. Or at least the option than that. I'm taking that trade every day. Maybe we just get like halfway through the roster. I don't know. We'll see. Because I do see we're only at Dragonov. Like maybe we just do half and then start a lobby or something. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Based on overall direction, adjustments were made to suppress the outstanding performance of certain moves regarding down back 3+4. It was noted that regardless whether the opponent is standing or in a down state, the situation. Okay, so yeah, so pretty much Dragonov would knock you down, kick the shit out of you. And it didn't matter if you were downed or standing or whatever. He's in too good of a spot after that. And they're like, all right, we got to stop that. Making it easier to use in continuation. Also combined in his other low attacks and made it difficult to punish. Therefore, while preserving its characteristics such as high damage and effects on counter hits, the performance was significantly toned down to consider its compatibility with other moves Dragonov possesses. Additionally, considering the overall high combo damage, the damage of moves frequently used in aerial combos has been reduced. He just took a fucking damage nerf across the board. Oh, shit. Honestly, that's fair. Because if your character is heavily poke focused, you shouldn't have big combos. Because you poke someone down to fucking half-life in 2 hits and you land a combo and you killed them. That's how Dragonov's working right now. He lands like 2 or 3 pokes and Nooch lands a combo, you're dead. And it's like, what even happened? We didn't even say hi and exchange a fucking handshake yet, and you already killed me. Okay, cool. So, it's understandable. Straight damage nerf across the board on his main combo moves. Damage to the first hit when inputting 4-4 has been changed from 15 to 10. So he lost some damage on that. The opponent's recovery time when blocking has been increased by 3 frames, and the advantage on block has been changed from -6 to -3. So they buffed him. Update includes significant downward adjustments to performance of multiple low attacks. Considering this, changes have been made to facilitate offense using mid and high attacks. They nerfed his... Bro, no. That's... No. Wait, no. No. No, that's not what we want. Dragunov needed a nerf. They just said they siphoned. His lows were overperforming, so they siphoned his lows to his mids? No! No! He didn't need that. This fucker just needed nerf. His mids are way too good already. What are we talking about? Are we looking at the same character? Down forward 1. The phenomenon where the opponent was able to crouch way too fast. Alright, so I guess that was a problem with down forward 1s across the board. For some reason, people were just able to duck unnaturally fast. Unnaturally quickly. So this, 19 damage now instead of 23. Small. The reaction when hitting an opponent in face down position was different from intended behavior, which has been corrected. I'm just not so sure what's wrong with that. Because, like, if we look, he's face down facing us, and you kick him, he goes back. He's facing away now to do a normal stand-up. So I'm not really sure what the whole problem is with this one. Alright, let me turn off spring kick. Maybe the whole flip around and turn to a normal get up is the thing that's happening wrong. I'm not really sure what the intended behavior would be. Down back 3 plus 4. Forward movement has been reduced, resulting in shorter reach. Increase the distance between Dragunov and the opponent upon ground and downed hits. Increase the distance. Added 4 frames of recovery time, changing the frame advantage on hit from +7 to +3. Altered behavior when blocking to ensure that any character can punish with an aerial combo starter. Okay, so just normalize the launch punish on it. Forward movement has been reduced. Yo, wait. Do you see that? Do you see that proximity block going off? Is that... Can you force an opponent into is that just a training mode thing? Or can you force an opponent into proximity guard from anywhere? Because anytime I jab, you see Devil Jin react real quick. That's... Huh. Okay, so it's not going to move as far forward anymore, which, alright. And then if they're downed... Oh, whoops. So now it's more like steel pedal, where it's like, all right, if you're staying on the ground, you deserve to take this second one. It's a lot more in line with steel pedal now, where he has to, like, actually dash up and get it. Where before, motherfucker was able to just kick you in the head a few times and go, ha ha ha, lol, oh, you blocked mid on wake up, and you blocked low on wake up, what a fucking idiot. And it's like, dude, you just kicked me in the head 4 fucking times, what do you want? Oh, big read, oh, big mid. Fucking Dragunov. So I believe this is getting nerfed because of wall combos, actually. Adjustment have been made to reduce the occurrence of the third hit whiffing after the second hit connects. That's fair. Scaling 70% has been applied to the combo damage when the third hit is a counter hit. Okay, so if you get trapped by this, at least the combo will be less. Which I don't know. Like, if you're getting caught by swinging into a string, like, why reduce the damage on that? Why give scaling to that if you swing into a string? I swing into strings all the time and get hit, but you got to get punished. Maybe his damage is just, like, way too high off that starter or something. So I'm not really sure, but I believe the first part, they nerfed the low part of his hitbox because when he gets a wall splat, you'll go into slump and he can run up and do this and get a re-wall splat when you're, like, laying on the ground practically. So I think they're trying to get rid of that. Adjusted the collision detection with the opponent to make it more difficult to slip under a floating opponent by extending the collision upwards. I don't fully... Brett's damage was insane off that one. Alright, alright. So with this, if the opponent's... I kind of feel like this one is like, why are you going for that move if the opponent's in the air kind of thing? Because, like, but that's just the Street Fighter in me. Because, like, if someone jumps and you do a move that moves forward a lot, like, yeah, you're going to go under them when they jump. That move clearly moves forward a lot, so it's like... I don't know, like, why do you expect to spin 3 times and not go under someone while if they're floating? Okay, he spins once, but still, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't know if I get it, though, whatever. That's like someone doing a big jump or fly or something, like Devil Jin doing 3+4, and I do forward 2 under him, and I'm like, dude, why did I slip under him? And it's like, well, you did a fucking forward 2. Like, of course you're gonna go under him. I don't know. Oh, I'm a Dragunov player. Lol. Oh, my corner pressure is so sick. Oh, my corner pressure the best. Frame advantage on block has been changed from 6 to 4. Damage has been changed from 30 to 26. Damage is standard version, 25 to 22. There's a discrepancy between in the damage notation and sample combos, whatever. That's just for training mode. They'll fix that later. They're saying they'll change the numbers. What's the pushback on this? What's the Devil Jim? Why are you just laying on the floor? Now is not a time for a nap. I need to stand up, my boy. That's the part I don't agree with, man. Why is he so close to you? How are you able to run at me, sock me in the fucking dome with the biggest haymaker, and I'm still able to smell your breath afterwards? Like, that just makes no sense to me, bro. You're getting trucked by a linebacker and you're just staying right in front of him. Like, I feel like wall running moves, like, most of them need more pushback. Because, okay, he goes from +6 to +4. You now have an extra 2 frames to be able to decipher if he's going for another one or something else to possibly jab him out. But he's still +4, so he could jab at any point and trap you. So it's like, I don't understand what those 2 frames really do, right? It's like, yeah, it gives a little more of a window, but it's like the window's still just like, the window's crooked as hell with a broken twig holding it up, and they're like, yo, stick your hand through. And I'm like, dude, no, that shit's gonna fall on me. That window is closing. It's a sketchy window. You know? I feel like if they want, the best way to manage wall running moves is the fucking distance, the pushback. Damage for the initial final kick attack, which triggers tornado, has been changed from 36 to 28 due to the damage scaling applied in wall combos. The actual damage will decrease by approximately 2 to 3 compared to previous versions. Bro, so his like fucking 30 hit wall combo, they decided to take off 2 to 3 damage. They were like, yeah, even though he gets to fucking do a throw with you, even though he gets to splat you and throw and shit, and then resplat you off this fucking weird sequence, yeah, that we're fine. We'll take about 3 damage off that. Oh, he was able to get like during takedown, the opponent's recovery time have been reduced by 4 frames. This judgment was made considering cases where unintended follow-up attacks were possible. During takedown 1, the opponent's recovery time have been reduced by 4 frames. No, wait. Oh, wait. Can you not do tackle like that in this game? Let me turn off rage. I thought in Tekken 7, full crouch down forward 1+2 was universal tackle. Let's take down. Wall rising. Okay, that is not But I thought for a tackle. No, that's the high one. Okay. Opponent's recovery time have been reduced by 4 frames. So instead of being neutral, they're going to be -4. Wait, this says this is a nerf. This says this is a nerf to him. What? The opponent's recovery time have been reduced by 4 frames. So if they have less time to recover, how's that a nerf to Dragunov? This adjustment was made considering cases where unintended follow-up attacks were possible. Is that supposed to say increased? Do they... the opponent's going to be +4 after hit on that one? I feel like that's a mistype. You know, Dragunov didn't get hit as hard as I thought he was gonna. Eddie hasn't even been here that long. He's already getting fucking hit. To alleviate cases where attack from mid-air were inadvertently evaded, adjustments have been made to collision detection box with opponents. Additionally, the hurt box has been expanded upward. So this isn't going to sidestep track as well anymore. And they shortened the whole duration by 1 frame. Going to be more steppable. What's Bananiero? No, that's relaxed. So instead of... they buffed him on that one. Instead of being +5, he's going to +6 on that. So I get if he did this near a wall, the second hit would miss. So they just fixed that. During Negativa backhold, which is the Negativa cancel, expanded the hurt box, alleviating situations where certain attacks would whiff. So I feel like Eddie was tech crouching under certain mids he wasn't supposed to. How Zhao Yu goes under certain mids and Zafina. I think Eddie was doing that without... they didn't want him to. So they're like, all right, you got to get hit in some spots. While at Mandinga level 2 during Bananiera 3+4, tracking of the third hit has been enhanced only on hit. Tracking of the third on hit or block of the second attack. How do I set myself to max Mandingo? Where's my Eddie players at? How do I up my Mandingo stacks? Oh, there's one. Oh, wow. Super complicated character. Okay, cool. So what? Tracking of the cellular alien and the second attack. Bro, some of these sequences that's a miss whiff. Bro, so for some reason that second in between that second and third hit it will whiff sometimes. That doesn't even make sense. How does he get rid of Mandingo stacks? He just holds those? That's got to be like a weird. Yeah, so between the second and third hit, he was somehow whiffing there. Which I'm like, all right, fuck it. As much as annoying as Eddie is, I'm like, dude, you gotta fix that shit. You gotta fix that shit. There is no reason a move that's like that fast between the 2 and 3 should be whiffing at all. That's like, what? Feng Wei. Been made to suppress the performance of certain standout moves. The weakening of shockwave component of during heat 3+4 makes it less effective to launch powerful attacks from long distances while in heat state. Regarding while crouching down forward for 1, the high reward of it combined with the ability to significantly reduce risk on block by alternating between single and double strikes led to a suppression of both risk and return. Also considering that overall combat damage was high, the damage of moves frequently used in, so he took a nerf across the board. He got hit. Down forward. Alright, so they nerfed the shockwave. They're like, yo, that shit's stupid. This uses the opponent upon blocking the attack and crouching would inadvertently get hit with back-facing opponent 1. Even if the kick does not make contact with the opponent's shockwave, the shake the ground occur. However, the attack hitbox of the shockwave has been reduced. The recovery frame inflicted by the opponent by getting hit by the shockwave has been reduced by 3 frames. Yeah, that's still a hit. Yeah. I see. The input window for punch parry has changed from 2 to 9 frames to 5 to 9 frames. Okay, so they're just nerfing the window. They're making the parry tighter to use, which that's way easy. That's definitely way easy to land right there. I suck with parries and we were just hitting that. So okay, they nerfed the time on that. That's make it a little smaller window. Instead of being a 7 frame window, it's a 4 frame window. Nerfed it almost by half. Forward 2. Input win no, the hitbox has been expanded downward, alleviating instances of whiffing against opponents with low stances. Why? Why the fuck do you get that? That mid what, bro? You're gonna be hitting Xiao Yu and AOP with this mid? If that's the case, then no one should be whiffing mids on that shit. That's a high ass mid. That one too. Like those are high mids. I've whiffed fucking low stance characters with way lower mids than that. Collision text with the opponent has been just mitigating cases where the opponent's punish would not connect. Oh, nice. That's good. So now he lands, if he shoulders, you just launch that shit. Launch, 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 launch. So this lost 4 damage. This lost 2 damage. This punch parries, but he lost 2 frames on it. So instead of being a 5 frame window to punch parry, it's now a 3 frame window. So his parry windows kind of got nerfed by half, which, yo, let's do it. Down, forward. So this one. Huh. Huh, huh, huh. I wonder if Brian will get hit with that. So, what it said is, during this move, this is a low high, right? They increased the time between the low and the high to where if you block the low and you go to punish, it says you shouldn't get counter hit anymore as long as you do the right punish. You shouldn't get hit by the high anymore, which is a big problem I have with Brian. And I'm like, I wonder if they're going to make that a universal change or for some reason just Fangs needs to be targeted. It is a low high. It's not even a low mid. It lost 2 damage. Interesting. So yeah, I wonder if that's a, and like I don't, even though I get hit by it constantly, I'm like, it's a it's a tool, you know. If someone's punishing all your lows, then use this now to make them punish. They're punishing too fast, make them think about it, and then oh damn, you're getting hit, and then you got to think about it. So seems weird to just target one when there's other things out there doing the same shit. Hitbox has been expanded, alleviating instances where the attack would miss. Okay, so they just fixed his rage art. Rage art's garbage, I guess. Huh. I'm not really sure how that goes through or how that works in the first place. So it says this move, which is +6. So you're +6. Nothing should be guaranteed off this. But it says the latter part of the attack's duration when blocked by the opponent has... So I guess if we're talking... What, like if you walk into the move? If he's doing it and like you walk into it, he could lock you into a blockchain. Blockchain. Blockstring. So I guess they're getting rid of that. But he's only +6, so I don't really understand how that really works in the first place. But like I said, it's probably when you actually like walk into it or catch like the very tipper. Bro, Jack's getting buffed? Bro, ain't no way I just read this correctly. Jack's getting fucking buffed? They got like fucking 6 buffs on Jack right there. What are they even doing? I don't even want to read that section. That's just gonna annoy me. That's just gonna annoy me to no end. Based on overall direction, adjustments have been made out enhance the usability of the feature Gamma Howl, aiming to expand options for offense and defense. Oh god. Forward movement when it okay, rage arts were whiffing in weird spots, no worries. Back to so they expanded the hitbox downwards. So you can't slide under it with certain moves. No more going under that somehow. Wall rising 4. Okay, he was whiffing certain punishes. So they expanded that. Let him punish a little better. Gamma Howl. While transitioning into Gamma Howl, the remaining time on the heat timer now recovers by 30 frames. So every time he goes into Gamma Howl, he heals some fucking heat meter. When successfully intercepting the opponent's attack with Gamma Howl parry, the remaining time on the heat now recovers 90 frames and restores an additional 10 to the recoverable health gauge. When intercepting subsequent attacks, only 5 is restored to the health gauge. Damn, so he'll heal if he parries you? This is now safe. This is -9. Hitbox has been expanded, alleviating whiffing of certain moves. The opponent's attack is successfully intercepted with a power crush. The following counterattack cannot be blocked with attack reversal except for the technique with complete evasion effects. However, Jack during Gamal did not have this property, so it's been corrected. If the opponent's attack is successfully intercepted with a power crush, the following counterattack cannot be blocked with attack reversals, except for techniques with complete evasion effects, like a Rage Art or something. So I guess if he was hitting you with this bubble, even intercepting your attack, he was still in trouble? I don't really know. Alright, so his buff wasn't happening properly when he was parrying moves like Gamma Stance. Had to get that shit working. So, nothing like crazy buff-wise to him. Making Gamma, honestly... I don't... Isn't that kind of stupid, though? So, all of his options out of Gamma Stance. This one's -10. He's +11 on that. +4 on that. +3 on that. He's plus on all of them. Shouldn't one of these options be punishable? Like, they're changing this from -10 to -9. I feel like if you got all these other options, like, having one punishable is not, like, what's the problem with that? Because, like, if I relate it to Morning Crow 1 plus on block, Morning Crow 2 punishable, Morning Crow 3 is -9, so I lose my turn, but I'm safe. And then Morning Crow 4 is literally unusable outside of combos. If you do that shit in Nooch, you're just going to die. It's like -40. So we don't even have that option in Nooch, activating Morning Crow. So really, we have Morning Crow 2-2, which is punishable, 1, which is plus, and 3, which is just to go back to Nooch. I lose my turn. So having one, I feel like him having one option that was -10 is not that big of a fucking deal, but I guess it was. I don't know. That seems that seems pretty whatever to me. I'm not worried about that. Like I said, it's rather annoying, but we've talked with Quantum about it, and Jack can pretty much get jabbed out of all his Gamma Stance shit. The best he could do is a trade with the boot or something like that, which is in his favor a little bit. But realistically, if you see him doing Gamma Stance, you could just jab him out. Probably throw him too. I haven't really labbed against it. I just kind of jab him out. Um, so there's that. Like, I guess if your whole stance is jabbable, then maybe you should be safe on actually getting a button out. I'm not really sure. Like I said, you have 3 plus options though. Your 3 options are plus. I feel like one could be punishable. Zenshin 1-2-1 or 1-2-1 and during Zanshin up 1. Expanded the hurt box, alleviating situations where certain attacks would whiff. So this is a nerf for him. What do we got going on here? Oh, hey Andy, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? We're going over lab work. We're on our scientist. So they just made he's -16. This is just super punishable. And then Zanshin. Okay, so they just made Samsara more punishable. Suppress outstanding performance. Additionally, techniques that utilize Kazama's power were allowing for the recovery of all expended health into the recoverable health gauge, and there was no health consumption at all in heat state, which did not appropriately balance the strength with drawbacks. Therefore, some of the health consumption has been changed to be non-recoverable. Considering the significant changes in the spec, there are plans to enhance the performance. So, oh, what? Oh, that was the only change they did to Jin, and then it goes to June. I was like, wait, Jin is supposed to be spending health? Holy shit. Okay, so they just made Jin more punishable on his Samsara. That's all they did there. They're sure. You, bro, y'all see this? Probably not, Andy. Bro, you see Devil Jin got nerfed? Bruh, come on now. That's a fucking knee slapper. Bro, come on. People be the most fucking drama hound when it comes to characters getting buffed and nerfed. They doomed about losing 3 damage on Hell Sweep, and now they're dooming about heat. Like, do they not know the power of laser cannon in neutral? Do these Devil Jin players not know what we were fucking missing? I can't, dude. I can't, we did not get nerfed. He took a nerf, but he didn't get nerf. Like, we gonna be fine. We gonna be all right. Everything gonna be all right. Come on, Jaman. Bro, I can't. That's funny. He said, "Did you see Devil Jin got nerfed?" I gotta go take a smoke break real quick, dude. That was. I didn't even reply to it. I just closed the message. I'm sorry, Vanish, if you're out there. I'm sorry, Mayweather. But you made me laugh. That was funny. And honestly, even if he did, I've said it before the game came out. I said it in Tekken 7. I'll say it again, and I'll say it any other time. It don't even matter. They could literally do him dirty like they did in Tekken 7 and make him fucking garbage bottom tier. Don't matter. I'll still be right here playing Devil Jin. Ain't no thing about it, baby. Nerf buff burf, we right there. I kind of want to open that message back up and just be like, yeah, man, he got hit hard. Oh man, bro, they really hit Devil Jin with the fucking heat nerf. They hit him with the heat nerf, bro. My God, he be fine. He be fine, man. Yeah, yeah, man. Here we go. Perfect song. Perfect song for all the patch note doomers. All the patch note doomers out there. Shout outs to you guys. Don't worry. It's okay, baby. It's okay, baby. We gonna be alright. Alright, so going on to June. So, you know what? This makes sense because I told someone it might have been Toshi actually, that I was like, yeah, June drains her health on some moves, so it makes sense her Heat Smash heals her. And he was like, she does? So the fact that you fought June and didn't realize she was draining her health is funny because guess what? It actually wasn't working. Her main mechanic that was supposed to balance and trade off her abilities wasn't even working. She wasn't even taking health when she was supposed to. Bro, imagine fucking Nago going into blood form and just not losing his life. Her drain's not that drastic, but bro, that's fucking hilarious. We revised the health consumption rate, adjusting so that some of the consumed health no longer... So she doesn't even get it recoverable anymore, which is really good. Additionally, when entering the heat state, we have adjusted so that there is decreased health consumption only, removing situations where there are absolutely no disadvantages. Good. However, to use Kazama power will not result in a self-KO due to health consumption. Oh, so she only has one hit left. She can just go apeshit on you with Kazama power. Deal with it. Learn how to punish. Learn some frames. So during heat... The tracking ability, the second hit adjusted to prevent her from tracking opponents who sidestepped the first hit. So she readjusted mid-smash. She was like, oh, fucking heat-seeking fucking crows. Alright, interesting. Instances where the move failed to hit consecutively when done from farther. The amount of health recovered on block has been reduced. Instances where the move failed to hit consecutively when done from further away have been alleviated. So, this is such a weird fucking problem here. This is such a weird problem here. They had this on a different move too. Okay, the first hit's landing. It's saying consecutive hits. The second hit is bigger than the first one. So in that case, how is the second one whiffing after the first one hits if it's a bigger one? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, if the first hit whiffs, yeah, the second one could whiff. You're whiffing. But if that hits, there's no reason for the second one to ever whiff. That's just not... That just makes no fucking sense. So the fact that was even a problem? Bro, I feel bad for characters that had to be dealing with that shit. I would be pissed if something like that happened. Although we have had some weird ass stuff happen, but you know, these are clearly consistent issues. So that's crazy though. Where the move failed to hit consecutively when done. Okay. So pretty much they just made it so the block string's guaranteed if the first hit touches you. That's all they're doing there. Reduce the amount of health recovered on block, which really should be none. If you get blocked on that, you shouldn't recover health. Fuck you. During Rage Art, collisions upwards mitigate insane instances of whiffing. Hitbox was expanded and adjustments were made to the collision detection order. That scares the shit out of me, man. Because the first one says collision detection, which, okay, it's just checking if there's anything around you and if it touches a certain box. But when they straight up say hitbox was expanded, that's scary. Because they don't have proper, like Toshi said earlier, like we need like a side-by-side video display on those changes. Because it's like, what part are you expanding? how much? Because like, what is that supposed? What's wrong with that? That seems like a pretty good range for a rage art to me. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. That's like full. That's further than any actual punish. You can't 15 frame that far. So what are we really expanding here? That's just, and that, that's just my own ignorance and confusion to just not understand which, oh, you know what? This is, well, that's another one is like they've been specifying which direction throughout. They've been specifying downwards and upwards, but this one has no specification. So it's just like, which way are you expanding? I'm confused. During heat, the consumption of remaining heat changed from 180 to 120. So that's going to drain less heat. After parrying right punch attack, the behavior of the opponent upon successful instances of whiffing in certain situations. I'm with that. If you land the parry, you get hit. It is what you got parried. If it, like, why would a parry follow-up not hit? That's another one that's just like, it doesn't even make sense that it's not working. It's literally, you parried them, and then you have a parry follow-up. How the fuck is the follow-up missing if you landed the parry? That just doesn't make sense. I hate June. Y'all know I hate June. So, I wouldn't be sitting here defending her. But, why? You shouldn't be, that's not, If you land the parry, you get the follow-up. It is what it is. Down, forward, 1, 2. Hitbox has been expanded downwards, leaving instances. Okay. So, something that I'm seeing a trend across these patch notes is that I think more characters were going lower than they thought. Like, of course, throughout the franchise, Zhao Yu normally has his AOP and goes really low and ducks under shit. Zafina's that same kind of way. But those are two standout characters where I've noticed like Reyna has moves that'll go under mids that very much look like they hit her hitbox. I want to say Azucena has one. I don't think I noticed it on her section. I don't know to go through all of them, but there are it's definitely like not a like, oh, Zhao Yu and Zafina do that. It's like, oh, I got to look out for it kind of across the board, which didn't feel right. Oh, Lily's one of them. Lily's one of them for sure. So it seems like they're trying to buff certain mids to catch that kind of shit. Which I'm a little sad that we didn't, because I guess I could demonstrate right here, right? Because I could just take control of Devil Jin. So this move right here, right? And so the reason I go to this one is because when I was showing Fang had two mids that were that same height range. And they fixed them and said, we made the hitbox downward more to prevent these from getting ducked by certain moves. And it's like, okay, I understand what you're going for, but if that's the case, like you left one out because this definitely, it's a low crush move, and it's a low crush, and I've been crushed by lows with it. You see how that fucks you up mentally? Even saying that was a little confusing, but like, you see how that could fuck you up mentally a little bit? When it's a move that is designed to crush lows, and then someone goes under it and hits you. And it's just like, wait, what? This is unintuitive. Unintuitive move properties. And like, if I do this mid and you go under it, that's fine. This mid does not low crush. So it's like, okay, that's fine. You know, you went under it. It's a mid. I'm just standing here. Sure, you snaked under me. But this one specifically fucks, you know, so it's just like, it's that weird dividing line of just like what's okay and what's not. Or did you just miss this? Because like I'm not super vocal about shit. So even if like that is a problem, I'm not going to bring it to their attention. So it might never get brought up, right? Whereas some other player of a different character might say that shit and then it gets fixed. So it's like, do we? I don't know. I'm just like, oh, okay, characters have things that go under it. I just won't use this against them. You know? I just adapt, but I guess you could just complain and get it tweaked. Expanded the hurt box, alleviating. Okay, so this is her. This is just a raw ass launch down forward two. What are the frames on this on block? So she's minus 12. Bro, that grinds my gears. That you can have a launch. You just have a free fucking, because there's no wait, do I have counter hit on? Okay, I have counter hit on. Wait. Let me stop. Let me stop my rant real quick. This might not be one of those situations. Nope, it is. It is. How do you have a raw ass mid launcher like that that is so simple to do, right? And it's a mid, so if you have someone crouch or anything, you just launch. And it's only minus 12. Like, that's barely punishable. I just don't understand the equilibrium there of risk to reward on punishable and ease of use and all that. Because in my head, I'm like, bro, you just attempted to do something that can net you like fucking 90 damage. Why can I only respond to that by getting 30? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not that's a big one that irks me that I haven't really like got to the bottom of or had a good explanation of why. And like I understand it is what it is, right? Like these launchers just aren't punishable the way you expect them to be. It is what it is. Deal with it. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. But it's another one of those like weird things where it's like it just doesn't feel right. And like if someone said like, okay, normal Godfist should be negative 15. Normal electric stays the same, plus 5 on block, but normal becomes minus 15 instead of minus 10. I'd hold that. I'd hold that because it's a raw launcher. You know, I'm like, because I feel like if the punishment isn't equal to the reward, it doesn't deter people from using them to a point where they should. So they're a little more willy nilly with them, right? Tracking ability to follow attack automatically triggered upon hitting has been enhanced. All right, so if she catches you stepping or something, like you're eating this if you get hit. It is what it is. So what's Izumo? I was trying to figure out Izumo. I'm like, I don't know Izumo. I was going Miare. Miore. Izumo, up 1, and up 2. So there were situations where that is just jumping over. Like, I understand if they're downed, you jump over them, but alright, shouldn't go flying over people, that's fair. For Genjutsu, the throw reversal property was not triggering properly for the following moves, but it has been fixed. Eddie's throw from Negativa. I didn't even realize June had a throw parry. During Genjutsu, the amount of health consumption has been reduced. The issue where a transition to a throw occurred on an airborne hit has been corrected. I noticed that was with King. How's that a buff though? I guess because the amount of health. I feel like that's an up down. Where a transition to a throw occurred on an airborne hit has been corrected. So that, yeah. So right here, this is considered a throw. This cutscene. So if she hits you out of the air with that, she was getting the throw where now she's not. So like I feel like that's a nerf and buff all in the same one. I don't think she really. She probably likes getting that throw out of that. Honestly, she did not get hit nearly as much as I wanted her to. But I've been saying with her tournament results and where she is doing, it's a lab it out. It's a personal thing. Lab it out. Figure out the matchup. It's not the character. She's just a big knowledge checker, bullshit up front. It's kind of like Yoshi. She's got fucking Yoshi vibes. Okay, so now if you step this, you're not going to get hit from behind. Because good. So there's some way to get this part to combo and hit consecutively, and they got rid of that. Hitbox has been expanded downwards. Oh, they buffed his so people can't go under it. Let me check something here real quick. All right. Wait, that's bullshit. Oh, when landing the first hit. Okay, never mind. Take it back. When landing the first hit. I was like, no, that's bullshit, bro. It already tracks kind of crazy. There ain't no reason for that second hit to track if you step the sweep. Okay, never mind. Alright, so he's launchable for that follow-up, by the way. Did not realize that. Okay. He got a little down, little up, and still where he is. Still where he was. $20.44 to $20.40 for his heat. So he lost 4 damage on this. So they're making 1+2 across the board easier to hit. So people were able to do this. And it's same thing with June. Is see how it transfers to throw. They were able to hit you airborne and get the throw to work still. And they're neutralizing that. They're like, yo, that's not how that's supposed to work. Airborne throws are not, like, you are not. And it specifies on them when hit grounded opponent. So adjustments have been made to address the incident where the intended functionality of power crush is not properly executed when blocking certain attacks at specific timings. So they buffed its fucking power crush. I already hate this move. During Jaguar sprint, alleviate an issue where the potential relationship with the opponent becomes different than intended when used near the wall. Okay, I can see that. We had it happen on the first one and we can't get it to happen again. Right there, right there, right there. See, that is not intended. They don't like that. I've probably won quite a few games off this because I stand up, wall rising 1-1, chain hits guaranteed in the back, guaranteed morning crow 2-2. It's like fucking 45 damage or something that you just took for free. That shit hurts. Unfortunate. All right, so king now forward 3. No, whoops. Recovery amount of remaining time was lower than intended, so he heals more heat from his big throws. And I can't believe they didn't fucking how did they get away with this? So they said in the last patch behavior fixes that they fixed when characters were doing their crouch dashes that they were able to parry. Because there was a problem before and you were crouch dashing and you couldn't parry. And that's always been in Tekken. That was in Tekken 7. You do a wave dash, you're holding down forward. If someone swings a low into your wave dash, you might get automatically low parried. And haha, it's hilarious when that shit does happen. King wasn't able to do that for some reason. Even after they supposedly fixed it. Which is, like I said, you know, even if you hate the character, yo, you gotta work as intended. You gotta work as intended. If your shit's broken, it gotta be fixed. Kuma, Panda have been adjusted as characters that lack easy-to-use low attacks but excel at dealing chip damage. By leveraging their special stances, players can compensate for their weaknesses and extinguish recoverable health gauge created by chip damage, thereby expanding their tactical options. Furthermore, considering the Panda has less usability compared to Kuma in the heat state, adjustments have been made to enhance the performance of during heat. So the heat smash and up forward 3+4. They fixed the heat smashes so that they don't whiff. Panda during heat, the damage has been adjusted from 2035 to 2240. 62 as a result, the total damage when hitting on the ground will be 44 to 50. God damn, okay. I guess that still seems low for a heat smash. Panda during heat, up forward 3-4. The move can now be executed from bear roll. Damage has been changed from 8, 10, 12 to 13, 20, 26. When hitting on the ground will be 21 to 40. Costs 60 less heat. Issues of being treated as a jump stats for a certain period after landing has been adjusted so that low attacks can now connect properly. Okay, so what do we... How do you bear roll? So this is just for Panda. So none of these are Kuma specific. So let's just hop on Panda for this one. So during roll, she can now do hop kick out of roll. Oh, well, I guess I can't test that, but... So now, right now, she can't. And then she'll be able to... So she's going to be able to do that out of Heat Smash. And out of roll. During hunting... Oh. Okay. So, like they said, the bears specialize in building up chip damage, gray life meter. This throw, it's a high, by the way. Super hard to fucking see. Like, that's a high. And when it whiffs, they just do this. Whoops. Like, definitely doesn't look like a high. But it's a high. It's bullshit is what it is. They're going to make that get rid of all your gray life. If they land that throw, it's going to get rid of all your gray life. So this on counter hit wasn't working properly. So they're just going to fix that. So whether it's normal hit or counter hit, it works right. I guess people are falling out of the combo. This does 5 more damage. I guess this was oddly backsteppable. So they're making it have more collision on the hitbox. I guess they're saying there's a blank spot on the hitbox for some reason. Just leave it where it appeared that the character was touching the opponent, but the attack did not connect him. All right, just they're fixing the collision on on barrel during heat and barrel 1. You gotta block that one, homie. So that wait, is that a guard break? Okay. So their guard break, Bear's guard break was pushing back too far, making it not very usable in the neutral. More for against the wall. So normalizing that pushback so it'll be able to hit more conveniently, more consistently. Lars. Damage changed on his heat smash from 50 to 55. The hurt box for the second hit when the first hit whiffs has been expanded downwards. Oh, really? Wow, that's actually... So they actually made his heat smash more punishable. Which honestly, I think is kind of fair with the 2-part ones. If you're going to whiff that first part and put yourself in an awkward situation, like, damn right you should be able to get hit by that shit. And they probably... I could see one thing for that is... one of the flows of the game, the way Tekken 8 works, is a really good way to use your heat burst and activation is to use it on their heat smash. So if... Can I make him do that? Wait, did he not... Yeah, what up, Zan? I feel like he could activate in there. Let me see if I could just select that shit. Will that just activate or like... Huh. Why is there just no normal heat burst option? That feels very weird. Huh. I want to swap these two around. I actually want to test this out because I feel like if I do this with timing, it's doable. Definitely if he whiffs the first part, but I'm like, I feel like there's time in there to actually just smack the shit out of him if he did it. All right, so practice. No, you cannot. Can't believe I can't hit the motherfucker. So how far away is he gonna whiff this thing? Oh. Oh. I can't get him in my relaxed position. Yeah. Okay. So if he whiffs that, or that hits anyway. But I'm assuming since not everybody's heat burst does the same kind of animations, you know, mine's a sweeping overhead. Uh, I'm assuming they're doing that change on the downward second part to normalize that. Because heat bursting to respond to a heat smash is a good option. So dynamic entry is just forward 3, right? Yeah, and then every time you do forward 3, it goes into the other stance. Correct, correct. So now, adjustment aimed at stabilizing combos which involve reducing forward movement during wall combos has been modified to apply only upon hitting with the attack. So, I assume much like a lot of stuff in Tekken, with the forward movement of this attack, along with the wall slump and slouch and all that shit, he's probably fucking up combos. So they're like, all right, like they said, stabilizing combos during silent entry. I don't remember which one is which. Dynamic entries first, limited entries last, and then yeah, silent entry. Oh, so that's how you dynamic step? I've unlocked Plus's secret tech without even knowing what the fuck I'm doing. It is a lot of inputs though. How do you deal with that, bro? How do you deal with that for real though? This man's fucking doing some wild ass Sonic the Hedgehog wave dash on you, and you're like, damn, I guess you really do got Mishima blood, huh, son? It just took Lars a little while to figure it out for himself, forge his own path. He's got that Mishima dog in him. So, plus there's some dude calls this the dynamic step, I guess. And what you're what you're doing is I believe I could be wrong here with what he's doing to actually do this, but I believe you're just canceling the dynamic step with down. And if you, as long as you do it fast enough, he won't step. But definitely, definitely a lot of inputs going on there. So it's like I ain't even mad about it. Lars want to run that shit, do it, baby. So point, I guess point of that little rant there is if you ever see a Lars busting that shit out on you and he's busting ass on you, yo, don't be mad about it. That homie put in work. Oh, so that attack expanded the hurt box, alleviating situations where certain attacks would whiff. I believe we're talking on block. Ooh, that would be so fucking annoying to block that and then go to punish and get the fucking punish whiffs. Let's see. What is it? What is it on block? Minus 12. So wall rising 4. I guess certain wall rising 4s would just fucking sweep right up past that shit. During limited entry, 1. No, 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 no. So is it counter hit only? No. How do you? What are we talking about here then? So we're talking about limited entry, which is during silent entry, down 1, and then we're doing this. So it's not including the part where you have to be in heat, I'm assuming. Yeah. Okay, so the patch notes are just a little wrong there. So during limited entry 1, during heat, uh, another situation where if these characters were hitting airborne opponents, which you normally can't throw an airborne opponent unless you're like King or Marduk or someone that has an airborne throw, they were converting these normal hits into throws when you were airborne, which just shouldn't be possible. And it seemed like it was more of a system problem because it seems as we go down the list, anyone that had one of these throws, it did get touched. So is what it is. That one's heat specific though. They just don't have that there. Which whatever. Minor mistype. Okay, so during rage, the tracking ability that's move was slightly weaker compared to other rage arts, making it easier to evade with side steps than intended. To address this, tracking ability has been enhanced to make it more difficult to evade. Whoever figured that out's got more balls than me. I don't think I'd ever try and step a fucking rage art. This shit's minus 15. Why? If you're gonna block it, fucking block it. What the fuck you doing stepping that shit? If you're stepping and you're mid-step and they activate Rage Art, hold back. He's minus 15. Block that shit and punish him. What the fuck you do? You're like, I'm gonna make this shit whiff. Like, bro, you're just going for mental frames at that point. Plus, you're gonna you're giving yourself a harder combo because you're most likely gonna hit him in the back. Have a back turn combo, which generally aren't that great. Have some weird carry. Like, no, I don't. Why the fuck you trying to step a rage art anyway? That's That was not on my menu. All right. So is there anything here to even mess with on law? Adjusted hit to adjusted to hit continuously even when hitting from behind. What do we mean by that? Because I know sometimes there's translation errors and all that. But what do we actually mean when hitting from behind? Because to me, that sounds bad. But it could be good. But it sounds kind of bad. Adjusted to hit continuously even when hitting from behind. I'm hoping they mean like this. But I'm feeling they mean a lot more like I it's what they I don't understand that one. Cuz like there's no way they look at that and they're like, yeah, Law should hit from behind on that. So there's no way they actually mean from behind Law. There's just no way. So they I'm not sure what transpires to make this because as you see over there, oh, I have it on counter hit. I have it on counter hit. Let me turn that off. That's a problem. So yeah, true combo. It's a two hit combo. It's even on normal hit, like you get both of them. So could just be one of those weird off axis things where it just whiffed sometimes. Which hey, whatever. If it's a true combo, because so the big problem with having a natural combo, true combo, whatever we want to call it, that's whiffing, is generally those are your punishes. So this would be his 14 frame punish. I would say most likely. It's a mid into a high. So if the second part is whiffing sometimes, that now becomes a punish that's not reliable, which is not okay. That's not okay. Because a lot of the time your punish, unless it's a launch combo or something, your punish will be some kind of true combo, natural combo, whatever. So to have those whiffing mid string is like, nah, you gotta put some fucking gorilla tape on that shit, guys. Wall rising 4. So if he gets a counter hit on this, is this a crumple? No. Are we... What? The combo damage scaling after... I feel like they fucked up some of these moves. I'm pretty sure they butchered these patch notes, honestly. Uh, so, right here, Law. Wall Rising 4. Wall Rising 4. The combo damage scaling after counter hit's been adjusted by 70. Right? Okay. We have counter hit on. See, it's lighting up down there. He's plus 7. There's literally no combo there. You can't combo plus 7. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, there we go. There's a follow-up to it. I'm like, bro, there's nothing fucking here. What are we talking about on counter hit? So on counter hit, does he get that on normal hit? Is this what we're talking about here? If he gets this on normal hit, this isn't what they're talking about, but... Okay, on counter hit, he gets the flip. This is kind of like Devil Jin's forward up 3. Twisted Samsara. Samsara, whatever we want to call it. Okay. Okay. So he was just doing way too much damage if he caught you with that shit and caught you with the flip. I guess it should really say wall rising 4 3 since that's the sequence. Like wall rising 4 doesn't do shit on its own. Okay. Lee. Lee, Lee, Lee. Lee, Leedle, 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 Leedle. Rage Art forward movement, successfully absorbing a hit. Alright, so once again, Rage Arts across the board being normalized, working a little better. So this one's same thing that Law got. If he hits you from behind with this, you're eating that shit, whether you're fucking off axis or what. You're eating that. The difficulty in executing this attack during heat activation animation and heat dash has been addressed. What? It doesn't say hold, so it's talking about this. What are we talking? I just mashed it out. What are we talking about? See, some of these, like, I guess you just have to be a League player to know. Because I just mashed that shit out. Look how hard I mashed that shit out. Just to see, like, the execution on it, you know? And we just got a heat dash. And then it works. So I don't... Gotta be a League player to understand that one, I guess. The difficulty in executing this attack during heat activation animation. And that part has me too, because it's just like, what do you even talk during heat activation animation? Like, okay, you can't do anything during a heat activation animation, so what are we even talking about? Clearly a mistranslation or just faulty translation, but realistically, what I don't know a single character that could do things during their heat activation besides cancel that shit. That's what I know. So I don't know what they're, because if they're saying after heat activation, like single press, got it to come out. I don't understand that one. So got to be a League player to know, I guess. Seems very minimal. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they got going on there. I wonder... Nah, there's no way it was doing the wrong move. Okay, so on this one, let's make him block everything. So he's only +9, and he goes for a tech... he's -9 afterwards, but he does do a tech crouch. So I'm wondering if this was one of the ones that'll, like, go under mids. Because they expanded the hurt box. And hop kick will now hit people in weird low positions. So they made him more susceptible to the same thing they buffed him for. They're like, all right, we're going to raise you up a little bit, and we're actually going to make your thing that catches those kind of moves a little better as well. Sorry. All right, so not much with Leo. Just a little bit of hit detection. What do we got for it? Let's hit it with the Chicorin. Based on the overall direction, enhancements and command additions have been made to new techniques in Tekken 8. Additionally, by improving the performance of Wing Chun style rapid strikes and parrying techniques, Leroy's unique characteristics have been expanded to excel in both offense and defense. All right, so here's the section we get to for Zan. Leroy's got a lot going on here. Lordy fucking Lord. Bro, they even buffed sugar in the stick? Bro, okay, sure. Sure. During nimble shift. What's nimble shift? Chain punch stem. Chain punch seed during nimble shift can now also be performed during sidestep. Chain punch sheath. Where the fuck is chain punch seed? Chain punch root. Nimble shift. So how do we hermit? So this... Oh, wow. Okay. That's actually kind of big already. That's the first thing we look at. So right now, this his sidestep 1+2. He's -6. They're giving him this one. So instead of doing normal 1+2 on sidestep, they're giving him the hermit transfer one. So instead, he's going to be +7 on block. Instead of -7, -6. He'll be +7 during a sidestep chain. Okay. That's already a big fucking change right there. Yeah, new move. So they're just replacing his 1+2 with this sidestep one. During heat, they buffed his heat smash from 45 to 50. During rage, tracking ability, forward movement when absorbing, so they just made his rage normalized. Fast multi-hit attacks such as chain punch changed to recover remaining heat time by 60 frames on hit. Okay. Wait, that's not... no. That can't be a character specific change. That's universal. That's not... There's so many times where... Brain is freaking out right now. Give me a second to get back on track. So if he does a heat move while he's in heat and his timer is running down, even if it hits 0 during his sequence, he can still heat dash after. Which, if that doesn't seem like a character only change you can make. I feel like if you want to differentiate that, you got to make that's roster wide, that's universal. If heat runs out when you're in attack animation, you can still heat dash at the end of it. Like, that does not seem like a single character thing. Right? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't sit right with me. Because there's a lot of different levels of not equal there. Because his, one second. No, because there's definitely been times where I've ran out of meter in the middle of doing something and I was like, oh, I thought I still had that. But, so let me see. So, okay, so this is where the problem lies. Is not all heats are built the same. So your character, this character, I won't say your character, this character who now spins heat during heat with the possibility of gaining heat back from those heat sequences can also heat dash out of those sequences. Whereas we just saw, Devil Jin can't heat dash out of any of his heat sequences. I have other moves to do that. If I'm in heat, I could heat dash out of this, or I have, I have my heat engagers. But none of my heat engagers are heat sequences. So there's none of that. The reason they're doing it for Leroy is because if he's in a heat sequence, it takes a while and he's able, and it's like, all right, let him do the heat dash anyway. But really then it should, if I do a dive kick, my meter should pause. Where, if I time this out properly, I should do the dive kick and not be able to heat dash afterwards, right? No, that was another heat activation because it ran out. That wasn't a heat dash. So as we saw, it ran out and restarted a new heat because it didn't save my meter where it was. See, it goes through and starts a new one because it ends during the attack. So if they want to make a change like that, I feel like that's got to be universal. And if meter runs out during any heat engager, it needs to freeze and still let you heat dash. That just doesn't make sense, though. So I don't know how they could do that as a character only change. It just doesn't make fundamental sense. I'm sorry, Zan. I'll go back to the Alyssa nerfs. I'll go back to the Alyssa changes. Those were super simple to understand. Nothing. Nothing changed. Nah, the like one thing that they did change for Alyssa is so fucking negligible it doesn't even matter. And like that's pretty funny to me. That's one of the things where I'm like, That she is kind of the power level I think Harada wants characters to be. Where she's like that. I think she might be that right amount of bullshit that they want, which is kind of scary, but also like okay, because at least you can kind of deal with her. But the fact they didn't touch chainsaws at all either means they have a bigger thing coming, or it's just not, or it's what they want. So I disagree with that one, unless they somehow normalize it to any heat engager still holds the ability to heat dash out if you run out of meter. I think that's we should probably be writing these things down that I'm saying and actually post them somewhere, like, because it really could just be things that they didn't think of, right? Like it didn't cross their mind. You don't know a problem until you come to the problem. But that just doesn't make sense. Yeah, that one doesn't sit well with me. So 1 1 1 plus 2. Opponent's recovery on block has been increased by 4 frames. So what, is this now punishable? No, this is a buff. So this is going to be +2 instead of +6. Or this is going to be -2 instead of -6. That'll be -2 instead of -6. Okay. If he does this into this. Yeah, the first one's been... What? See, that doesn't sit well with me now. Because now you do the first one, right? And you have time to hit confirm that. That is totally hit confirmable. And you chain into the second one. They're making the second one only -2 as well instead of... And realistically, that second one should be -10. This is fully hit confirmable. There's no reason that you shouldn't just be swinging that shit out, praying for a fucking counter hit or something. Like, no. The second one should be punishable. That's bull. The first one, yeah, make it -2. I don't care. But going into the second one, that should be punishable. That's silly. So this is going to be -8 instead of punishable. These are just going to be... He's just going to lose his turn instead of being punishable. I don't... That don't sit well with me. That's not right. Because then they also made the change where if the first hit hits, if you get hit by the knee, you can't duck the second hit. So it becomes a guaranteed sequence if they hit you. Which means you shouldn't be swinging it otherwise, or you should be punishable. So them decreasing the frames, they're making it riskless. There's no risk to doing this at all. And then if you hit, it's all benefit. Which that doesn't sit well. That doesn't sit well. Down forward 1. This is going to be -2 now. So if you parry someone's attack with Dragon Gate, you gain 3 life on your recoverable gauge. If you get a perfect one, you recover by 5. Damage of the final attack has been changed from 10 to 15. The opponent's behavior on hit has been altered to induce wall stun. So if you land a Dragon's Gate at the wall, and you go 1 or 2, you can wall splat with it. After superior Dragon Gate succeeds. What's a superior Dragon's Gate? I assume it's just the perfect time one or something like that. So that's a Hermit transition. So that's going to do 27 damage now. Instead of being +8, he's going to be +9. And they're giving him counter hit properties on normal hit. So what does that do? So it's going to force crouch no matter what. It says the behavior is going to match. So what is on hit just going to be 6? Is he just +16 on that all the time? Interesting. Tracking capability after successful parry has been enhanced, mitigating the occurrence of whiffing. Like I said, if you're landing the parry, you should get the follow-up. So any of that kind of stuff, let it rock. During Hermit, 1+2. The forward movement of the first hit's been increased. The opponent's behavior on block has been adjusted, and the recovery frames on block have been increased by 7 frames. Yeah, so they're -2 now. Increased opponent's recovery by 8 frames on hit. So Hermit 1+2, you definitely don't want to get hit by. He's going to combo that shit. Tracking ability upon contact with the attack has been improved, reducing the occurrence of whiffing midway through. So sugar in the stick, I guess, you're just going to hit more often. Less tracking to him. So I guess you're just fully trapped in that right now where it shouldn't be like that. So they're fixing that. So punishes weren't working properly on this, so they expanded the hurt box to make her more punishable. Because she wasn't, I guess people's wall standing 4s and whatever was missing. Twin pistons. So she's going to be more punishable now. Not much going on with her. Nina didn't even get touched. Panda we went over. Paul gets a little minor touching. Tracking to the ability of the second hit. So his heat smash tracks better if the first hit hits. Oh, wait. No, he actually got nerfed on his heat smash. Most people are getting it to be better, but... So, if he whiffs the first hit, the second hit had ridiculous tracking. So now if you sidestep in between, he's not going to relock onto you. Which is good, because that shit is crazy on some characters. So if this low kick hits, off-axis shit won't matter. The 2 is coming no matter what. He's going to blow your shit up if that hits. So that's not going to drop anymore. Expand to the hurt box, alleviating situation where certain attacks would whiff during heat. Expanding his hurt box. Interesting, because it looks like the ninja flies out in front of him. I feel like I've definitely hit him out of that before, but making him a little more punishable on it. So all those moves, tracking capability on the second hit has been enhanced on all these. So if the first hit touches, the move will continue through. He had like fucking 5 sequences that aren't following through properly. Jesus Christ. Wall rising 4 hitbox has been enlarged to mitigate instance of whiffing. Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about. I feel like a lot of characters while standing 4s are whiffing on lows where they just they should be punishing, and it's like, yo, let that shit, let him rock, let him rock. All right. Reina, during heat, adjusted the collision tracking ability to reduce the occurrence of slipping through the opponent at close range, lowered the tracking ability of the first hit to prevent the second hit from tracking if the opponent sidesteps the first hit. Yes, yes, this is exactly one of those ones I'm fucking talking about. With that second part, and then she just locks on and chops you with the second one, and you're like, what the fuck? Rage art has been fixed, so if you touch her, you'll just die for it. So this move just wasn't working right, and if you ducked the high, you would still whiff. I've had it happen on this move where I've ducked it and the punish went through, and it's just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I've actually had that move also, I believe, go under things. Very awkwardly. It's just like, whoa, what? No, not random block. Block all. Block all. +8. So nothing much to her. Those are just behavior changes. Shaheen didn't even get touched. They were like, yeah, we're fine. They're like, yeah, we're fine with Shaheen. Shaheen be doing things. We just let him sit over in his own little corner and doodle all day. He has his box of crayons. Just let him have his box of crayons. Not enough Shaheens and Ninas to get info on. No, wasn't there a Nina really high up at one of the tournaments this weekend? Oh no, they got Shaheen after Steve for some reason. Another mess up on the patch notes. It was out of ABC order. Based on overall direction, adjustments were made to improve the performance and techniques related to new tech and feature Lionheart, with a focus on enhancing defense and making it easier to maintain pressure. Regarding Up Forward 2, which serves as one of Steve's few aerial combo starting techniques, its limited reach often restricted its effectiveness. To address this, forward movement has been increased to create more opportunities. It's already a mid, but alright, so Steve now has Marissa's fucking phalanx. Is that what it's called? Phalanx? Her fucking Steve now has Marissa's Superman punch is what we. So you better watch out in mid trying to go for some fucking sneaky ass high crushes and shit. He's gonna come flying in. Yo, I just had a fucking bombshell of a thought. Holy shit. Bro, now that they have interactive walls in the rings, they could do a real ass wrestling ring. And the interactive wall would be the fucking ropes. Dude, no, dude, a fucking boxing slash wrestling ring with actual ropes? No. No, dude, no, 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 no. That would be way too fucking sick. Especially, dude, Kings would be fucking loving that shit, getting giant swings or whatever into a wall splat or something. I don't think giant swing procs wall splat, but it might. But dude, having a ring with interactive ropes would be fucking tight. During heat, so they boosted his heat smash by 5 damage. During rage, expanded upwards so he could just hit more consistently with rage. 1+2. Hitbox has been expanded upward, alleviating instances where the attack would miss in certain situations, like that. But I that's on why would how if you're doing something at tipper range and your move's not good at tipper range, does that really require a buff or does that require you to not do it at tipper range? Right? That seems like a player issue to me. Like, look how far back you have to do that shit for the first hit to block and second hit to whiff. That's on you, bro. Like, what are you... And it's even consistent. It's even consistent. It's not like some fucking shock bug or anything like that. Like, I could literally recreate it with fucking 5 seconds of attempting it. That's called doing something at tip range. Sorry your fucking 2-hit string or your little 2-hit sequence attack isn't good at tipper range. Fucking deal with it. What the why should that be guaranteed? If we were talking on hit, does this it specifies on block though. Distance from opponent was reduced when the first hit is blocked in order to alleviate whiffing midway through. Like, I don't even see that the pushback from the move is the fucking problem there. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's something else to it that we're not seeing. Because that to me is that's a skill issue, and I don't use that. I never use that phrase. I literally never use that phrase. But to me, that change is unnecessary. That's a skill issue. Don't fucking use your counter hit with punish further range than it should be. I'm not sitting here going, yo, when I electric from mid screen, sometimes that shit'll whiff the person really close. It's like, nah, bro, I fucking misspaced it. Deal with it. It should really have a bigger hitbox forward. No, you sit in a bad spot. Move on. So that the recovery time inflicted on the opponent on hit has been increased by 1 frame. This change is made considering the opponent's power crush made it easier to defend against pressure from Lionheart. So how do I raw Lionheart? A back one. Okay. I'm disappointed with myself, guys. Does Steve even have... I was today years old in Tekken when I learned guard crushes don't break power crushes. And for you guys that didn't know that power crushes beat guard crushes, um they do. They do. Now I'm just like, bro, every time Steve went Lionheart in my face, I could have just power crushed. Although he does have the throw. He does have a Lionheart throw, I believe. Does he not? I'll be even more sad if he doesn't have a throw. No, he doesn't. No. Yeah. No. No. So, I don't understand how adding just one frame is going to make him not power crushable when he goes into... I'm not really sure how that extra one frame's going to save him. And that's only on hit. So, okay, hang on. I gotta swap this around. I want to test this out. So, Devilgen, Steve. All right, Steve. So I need you to do that down back 3, 4, 2. Focus and defense. Whoops. Record again. Okay, so just do that. So he's +7, so he's going to be +8 there. I don't fully understand that one. Is one frame on hit really going to help him in those situations? He can't even throw. If they gave him a throw out of Lionheart, he would be mad fucking strong. But the fact that it's so weak to Power Crush is like, really, what do you got going on there? I'm not. I don't know about that one. That's a. Because gaining one frame there is not going to save him from that Power Crush. Just not going to happen. Maybe one of these other ones he has. It's like 5 sequences that change. So maybe one of them. So this one, forward movement increased. But, like, come on. Look how abysmal that is. He's got garbage-ass range with the arm. Like, alright. He gets Marissa's fucking Superman punch. Fuck it. Okay, people were being able to duck this unnaturally fast, so. Unnaturally fast, man. They were ducking out of that shit unnaturally fast. Okay, so for some reason you would spin into Peekaboo and it just wouldn't work sometimes. I can't get it to happen, but I'm sure it slips through the cracks sometimes. Interesting. Oh, bro, the one cool thing that they should have let stay for fucking... Dude, they nerfed the one thing. Okay, so, dude, you gotta love developers sometimes, bro. They just, as smart as they are and as good as they are with numbers, they just don't think with their head. So, check it. This is a funny one. We gotta get back to where we were. All right, so right here, these moves. The recovery time inflicted on opponent on hit from Lionheart has been increased by 1 frames because he's just so susceptible to Power Crush during Lionheart. Right? So we added 1 frame on hit. That'll save him. Lionheart, unintended ability to transition into Peekaboo during or through specific input has been corrected. So Lionheart, this I call it tech that people found was a way to transfer from Lionheart to Peekaboo, and it was kind of hard to do. I say let it cook, because Peekaboo you could block in. So giving him a way to transition from Lionheart to Peekaboo and allow him to block out of Lionheart, because Lionheart's the one stance Steve has that he can't block in. So why the fuck would you go through giving him one extra frame on this shit and allowing his Lionheart to still just be power crushed instead of giving him a throw, or just letting this shit cook and allowing him to fucking block? Like, they had the answer accidentally put in the fucking game, and they're just like, that's not... Bro, I hate how Steel Grip Tekken tries to be on their game. And they're like, no, don't play it like this. Play it like that. Don't play it like that. Play it like this. No, don't play it like that. Play it like this. And it's like, bro, I'm sorry that you guys coded something that doesn't work how you want, but it's a good idea. Fucking sorry you didn't think about it. Like, it really feels like that's what it is in some instances. Is it's like developer, not malevolence, but like a disdain or something, where like they're just jealous they didn't think about jealousy. Really, they're just upset that they didn't think about this good idea, and they're like, nah. When a lot of the times it's like, let it cook, dude. Let it cook. I don't like that. This Lionheart tech, in my opinion, was really fucking cool. The fact that it was player discovered and it's a real thing, and it's... I understand fixing bugs that are random and not recreatable. But if it's recreatable and the conditions are... It works, and it's recreatable, it's reliable, it's doable, you could learn it, you should let it cook. Until proven otherwise. If it showed that Steve is just so fucking unbeatable because he can now block out a Lionheart with specific tech, then alright, sure, we'll talk about it. But like, why? Just why? And it's one of those things where not all Steves could do. It was hard to do. The input was hard. So why would you, you know? I hate nerfing the player. Don't nerf the player because he's fucking good. That is just... To me, it's disrespectful. Right? It's disrespectful to our time, to our practice, to our labbing, to our gameplay. Like, bro, if I spent time perfecting this shit, and you just come in and swoop it out on some shit when there's no real reason to, it's like, bro, that's fucked up. What are you doing? You had no reason putting your nose here. Especially in this circumstance where it unironically answers a fucking problem that you clearly have of Lionheart being able to just be mashed out of, jabbed out of, fucking what, power crushed out of. This is literally the answer that they needed. The fuck you doing, guys? The fuck you doing? What the fuck you doing? I've talked about it before. I'm a big fan of Melee. And if you've never actually if you've just heard the rumors of Smash and all that shit, I understand why you'd stay away, but if you just watched some sets of Melee and then looked up the list of tech and actually really understood what the fuck is going on throughout a set of Melee, that shit's insane. And I don't care what fighting game you play or community you're from, tech is tech, and mechanics and execution is that. It's respectable. You could be a speedrunner and still respect some fucking good execution, you know? And that's all built on bugs that people have found over the years and learned how to recreate them. And now you have this crazy fucking game that's still competitive after all these years. And then all these companies are wondering, oh, how does my game stay competitive for so long? Why is my game dying? And it's because you stuck your nasty fucking shit finger in the middle of my apple pie. You just ruined the whole pie. I saw you come out of the bathroom and not wash your hands. You just done fucked up the whole pie, bro. I don't know. Yeah, I crack myself up sometimes when I go through like a 10-minute rant and then I just end it with I don't know. Like, clearly you know something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just old drunk guy at the bar rambling. Everybody's open to think their own thoughts. So Lionheart 1 plus 2, on top of adding that one frame to all the moves on hit, they've now decreased the startup of it by 2 frames. So that's 3 frame bonus on the guard break altogether. So that could be a little something there to manage some power crush scenarios where you could probably still power crush out, but not all the time. So you have to know Steve setups. Honestly, their own problem could be answered 2 separate ways, and both of them aren't that hard. You let the Lionheart peekaboo cook so they can block out a Lionheart, or you give Lionheart the access to clinch. And that would actually be really cool for him because he's this close. He goes Lionheart. I don't know his I don't know the input for his clinch, right? But is that not what? Heat during heat and ducking in. Ah. What? During heat. Whoops. Is that not ducking? What's the fucking input for ducking? What the fuck am I? What? Ducking in. Oh, ducking. Forward 3. And then it's saying during ducking, right? Or is it ducking in? During heat and ducking in. How the fuck do you do the set? Why is the second part not working? Isn't it just supposed to be forward 3 and then forward and you do ducking in? Hold or forward hold. Dude, it's not giving me ducking in. He's supposed to do a second one. It's working if I do forward 3, or if I do 2 separate duck-ins. I do forward 3 and then forward 4. But that is the answer. That is the coolest answer for Steve, for them to make him feel like a proper boxer and all this shit. Is they have all the fucking tools and they're pussyfooting with frames and all that when they could really just mechanically change him. Because like I was demonstrating, if you do this and you're in perfect range to go for a throw. So if they want to, he doesn't have a throw out of that stance though. And then if you want a power crush, he could throw the power crush and actually defend himself while not being necessarily defensive in that stance. It could be an offensive stance that still has options instead of just being fucking punchy punch. So that's a weird, this is just a weird situation that they didn't even need to do to themselves. And honestly, like, your feedback is already in the fucking dirt. Your reviews are terrible. Why you gonna fucking poke the Steve players? They're already having a bad enough time. Why you gonna poke them? Let them have their shit and cook. I would be fucking pissed if Devil Jin had some like secret tech to do and it was like decent execution and they just snatched that shit. I would be furious. So I would understand if they might be blinded by all the other buffs, but this was really one of the coolest things they found on Steve, and it's just whatever. All right, that's the end of my rant for Steve. This is where a different attack was being executed when performing inputs transitioning through directional inputs such as or has been resolved. Alright, so pretty much they were just getting unclean inputs on forward 3+4, back 3+4. Like that, I believe. Okay, so I guess he was able to manipulate that to being in his favor, to where the throw wasn't happening if he was a little off axis, and he was able to just chain it. So they got rid of that. So it just goes into the throw now for sure. All right, so they just messed with the charge during that. It wasn't working proper on balcony breaks, and they gave it less collision detection. So if you actually duck it, you could punish it proper. So that one just not very punishable. They're fixing that. Not a patch yet. It comes out on the 7th or the 8th or something like that. We're just going through everybody. I'm just going through all the characters. We're down to the last 3. We're down to the last 3. Just covering. Yeah, Jack got some changes. Overall direction there is suppress the outstanding performance, value, technique, characters, excelled in defense strategy, utilizing the properties of Phoenix. However, offensive capabilities are enhanced during heat, compensating for the usually lacking offensive aspect. Nevertheless, to address the issues with overwhelming combo damage and the dominance of her hypnotist mix-up game, slight adjustments were made to temper these aspects. Wait, Victor's not on this list at all. I just realized that Victor wasn't touched at all. Yoshimitsu, Xiaoyu, Yoshizafina. Victor wasn't touched at all. I guess Jack wasn't power crushing things right with his Gamma stance into bubble, so they fixed that. They made Gamma stance 1 -9 instead of -10, so it can't be punishable. Uh, Nothing too big for him. Special style. Hee. Yeah, I'm gonna go smoke real quick before I finish up these last 3 characters. I'll be right back. Bro, do that stupid shit. Do it all. Do it stupidly. Yeah! Doing stupid shit stupidly. Because it's fun to do bad things with my friends. It's fun to do bad things with my friends. Alright, so during heat, 4212, Damage has been changed from 23 to 20. The position of attack hitbox is adjusted to prevent attacks from hitting opponents from behind during an ukemi. Opponent's state when blocking has been changed from crouching to standing. Oh, that's... The fact that that's a big one already. Because the fact it forced you into crouch was pretty fucked up. Because then she was able to just run some shit on you out of back stance. Oh, okay, that's... So that's just no longer forcing crouch at all. She had a backwards heat smash? I didn't even know that. Okay. Unintended jump setting of jump status after the attack has been corrected. Okay. Forward 3. Forward movement before the attack and the hitbox have been increased primarily to stabilize behavior when used in aerial combos. Interesting. I see that having unintended consequences already. Okay, so does she not have any mix out of her? She has to, right? Yeah, she does. Okay. So here's the unintended consequence of they're increasing the movement, the forward movement before the attack and the hitbox size on forward 3. This move right here. And they say primarily due to aerial combos and comboing. But as we see right here, it puts her into back stance. So if we increase the distance on that and the hitbox, she's now going to be able to enter back turn on block against you from a pretty fucking good distance away, right? So that's one of those, like, how much are you increasing the hitbox? Because that could be very fucking dangerous. And might be, that might cause problems that they're trying to alleviate, is what I'm getting at. They're trying to get rid of some of her pressure. So this is losing 6 damage. Her power crush. Wall rising 1 or wall rising 2. That's more, that's going to be more punishable on whiff. If she cancels it, same thing. Only by 1 frame. Wait, recovery time reduced by 1 frame. So they're actually going to recover faster. That already looks like it has no recovery time. So, like, what are we talking about? Because what is that on block? Her wall rising 2 is only... What? I hate you. I fucking hate you. Back turn 1, 2. So first attack on hit or block has been enhanced for tracking. Oh, really? On hit or block. Oh, wow, yeah. Because God forbid you could step it. God forbid. That would just be so fucking... How do we hypnotist? How do we hypnotist? Down, back, 1+2. I thought it was the one with the steps. So this... Oh my god. Okay. Because this isn't a problem here, right? Let's just think this through, guys. Let's do a little bit of math. I'm sorry. I know we've been doing a lot of lecturing today, but let's just do a little bit of math here, guys. Let's do a little bit of a math. Okay. So other characters, right? Follow me. Have had their heat consumption increased from 180 to 240. That's their general what they've been doing. They're like, all right, if it's 180, we go to 240. Why in the fuck would we decide later on? This one's what this one's or wait. Yeah. Have they been decreasing them? Wait, I might be off on my rant here. I'm pretty sure they decrease some. Let me see. Let me check. Let me fact check myself real quick. Oh, we went way too fast. Where's one of the heat expenditure ones? Oh, here's one. This one was changed from 240 to 150. So yeah, they were going high to low. Which, okay, so it's a problem on her, and we're going to shift it high. Why are we going to go low on others? This one was changed from 180 to 120. Bro, and they jumped her shit up to 2. How abusive was this? Because that's what I thought was the... Now I'm changing to another set of gears here, and I'm like, wait, how fucking abusive was this thing that she was doing? But then also, why are they reducing these other ones so low? Because I believe 240 is about half of your gauge. Actually, we can test it right now. No, we can't because it's 180. So what are we talking about here? Hypnotist 1. So we're in heat. Doing the wrong stance. So what was it? Down, back, nope, not that one. She's gonna be able to do one of those? I don't, whatever. I don't even care. Go ahead and get fucked, Jiaoyu. There's just no there's no uniformity to the heat gauge. And I find that gives you a challenging fulcrum to balance off of when everybody's shit's different. Because then it's way hard to compare them. Is that the one that we're looking at now? I've been looking at the shit. Yeah, 3. So Hurtbox has been expanded to make it easier to land, even with high hitting attack. Make it recovery time increased by 1 frame. What? So it's got to be minus 13. I assume the first part's worded weird, and that one is to punish her more. Hurtbox has been expanded to make it easier to land, even with high hitting attacks. So they're talking about punishing it there. Same thing that happened to a lot of the lows and mids. They seem to be changing. They're trying to balance out their weird hitboxes. Which Tekken, I don't know if you understand this. Haha, knock knock Matilda here, but y'all have always had fucking wonky ass interactions to the point where they've called it Harada's finger. So like so this was whiffing in weird situations. No, that's not it. What I'm pretty sure that's Muto. Oh, that's Muto. Muto no Kimami. Wait. During Muto no Kiwami, back 1+2, which is the input for Muto no Kiwami, which would then give you, I assume, Bato Kakugo, which is pulling the sword out. So they're saying that sometimes when you would put your sword away and do it again to pull your sword back out, you would actually still be swordless. Bro, they should have left that as a mechanic and just let it fucking cook, bro. Yoshi already chaotic enough. Give him that Faust treatment. Fucking, you want to put the sword away? Oh, 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 didn't grab it that time. Fucking what? Okay, sure, yeah. Let me make sure. Let me see. Muto. Yeah, that's that. So let's see. Is there one for doing that again during? Bato Kakugo. That's pulling the sword out. Yeah, so sometimes you try and get his sword and it wouldn't come out. Oh, man. So I guess this version, one of them was in the air longer than the other, and they're gonna change that so it's uniform. Okay, I've never had this fucking move whiff in certain situations, and I really wish I could duck it. I've actually last time I played Sharky last night. Correction, actually, get the finger up in this one. We're getting fucking aggressive. Wendy Williams on your ass. Fucking last time I played Sharky, I did duck and punish one. I finally got that shit. That move is so big in Yoshi neutral that not ducking it is it's hard to duck, but it's important to duck. So I keep telling, I've been telling myself, I'm like, eventually we're gonna catch on to it and we'll be fine. But it's one of those ones that definitely is taking a while. The hitbox around the main body has been expanded to alleviate issues of whiffing at close range. This change does not affect the attack's reach. Alright, sure. Oh, what, that one? What do we... The hitbox has been expanded around the main body to alleviate the issues of it whiffing at close range. I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. Whoever's here right now to witness this shit. Whoever's here to witness this shit. If that move, because they're adding more hitbox around the main body, if I get hit by his head while doing an up forward 4 to dodge that by jumping, no. No, no, no. I will be so fucking pissed. Playtest is happening. Street Fighter Ryu can choose between normal and Denjin Hadouken. Only heavy will be Denjin. Nice. Dude, they're listening to us. They've listened to us. What else do we got? What else do we got? Cammy lost side swap, offer target combo, cross under hooligan dive kick. Okay, okay, okay. Luke drive rush 4 heavy kick, punish counter, drive rush 4 heavy kick. Oh no, don't be hitting stuff like that. No, I love that sequence. Blanca drive rush overhead is +1 instead of 2. Cammy target hooligan side switch. Guile's Sabat range reduced. I don't care. Cammy OD spin knuckle projectile invincible is not a frame 3 anymore. Harder to go through projectile. Nice. The stuff that happens to other characters will be more beneficial than the stuff that happens to us. Whatever. I wouldn't mind them shortening Sabat's range if it actually went over lows. But that thing does not crush. In specific situation, the issue where the third hit was landing as a consecutive hit after the second hit has been corrected. So this is not a true combo. That's not a true combo. After the backhand, you're supposed to be able to block, and you're not right now, so they fixed that. During Manji Butterfly... Wait, which one's Manji Butterfly? That is the helicopter, right? Yeah, helicopter. This is a situation where anticipate tactics were not working as intended. The move stats have been changed to be treated as a jump until landing. The alteration allows the character to avoid low attacks and special lows. heat state visual effect. In this circumstance, only the aura would affect the blade would persist even during Muto no Kiwami. Oh, he'd have like a shadow blade out. Well, I've seen that before, actually. I know exactly what it's talking about. Akuma, teleport. No invincibility both forward and backwards. Demon, no carry cancel, cannot jump after activation. Wait, what do we mean no cannot jump after activation? I can't jump after activation? Demon gonna demon? It only works on hit, right? I could have sworn one of these games Raging Demon worked on block. Zapina. Zapina. Based on overall direction, adjustments have been made to improve the performance of moves new to Tekken 8 and expand the variety of offensive options. In particular, adjustments have been made during Tarantula stance to make a more effective means of depleting the opponent's health through chip damage, aligning it with Zafina's concept of applying pressure to the opponent using Azazel's power. Okay, rage, more effective. Yeah, hitbox has been expanded upwards so it wouldn't whiff. During heat and scarecrow stance. Expanded the hurt box, alleviated a situation where attacks would whiff. Alright, so we're able to punish her easier on that. Behavior of the opponent has been modified and the frame advantage has been changed from +2 to +20. On hit? On hit. So she's 22 on hit, so she can facilitate offense after land attack. The distance from the opponent on hit has been reduced. So she can combo from this now. The behavior of the opponent on block has been modified, decreasing the distance to the opponent when the attack is blocked. So if it gets blocked, nothing changes. You're going to get kicked in the fucking face. Because she's -5. So you're just going to kick the shit out of her. Yo, Ryu gets a... You get a little win there, huh? Ryu gets a little W? Little W? Little W for the Ryu? I know we talked about putting Dinjin on heavy. Although, you know, haha, what's a W to Ryu when Akuma's coming out? Nothing. Character's non-existent. Even when hitting from the side, the connected moves are now corrected to hit continuously, similar to when hitting from the front. Alright, so pretty much it's a true combo. If you get hit by it, you get hit by it. It's not working proper right now, is what it is. Hold that. Down 1. The opponent's behavior on hit has been changed, and the frame advantage has been changed from +2 to +5. Additionally, the frame advantage upon hitting the opponent when transitioning into Mantis stance has been adjusted from +4 to +7. So this is all on hit. Her unblocked frames aren't changing. She's still punishable there. Like, none of that's changing. She's just able to actually try and get some offense off of stances. So that, adjust the collision detection with the opponent to reduce the occurrence of whiffing for... Okay, so... Yo, Guys, can we just fucking look at this for a second? That says middle. Middle. Do we see where she's fucking kicking? She's hitting him in the fucking head. That just because you want your wall running to be a mid, I understand if you want wall running to be a mid. Make it a fucking mid. Why is that a high? That is clearly, visually, a fucking high. I've been high a lot. I know what being high looks like. That is fucking high. There's not even a fucking argument to be had here. Oh, man, I love going through the movelet. These patches come up with some funny shit sometimes. Because holy shit. Why not just make her do a jump kick to the core? If you want it to be a mid, make it a fucking mid. That makes no sense. I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't know. I don't know, baby. I don't know, baby. Oh, that's a high, by the way. Lol. Do they just have these programmed wrong? I would almost, I would almost bet some. I'm not even a betting man. I would almost bet some money that these have the wrong fucking properties. And that's actually supposed to be a mid, and that's supposed to be a high. And these actually have the fucking wrong properties on each other. I would almost bet money that those are just wrong, and they haven't. It hasn't been diagnosed. That it hasn't been pointed out yet. Those that there's no fucking way. There's just no fucking way with those animations that's your. Oh, whoops! I can't even do it right now. There's just no way. There's just no way. The more we go through it, the more I'm just like I'm like, yo, did you even have a peer review your work before you turned it in? Like, they just signed off on it. Yeah, this is fine. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. It's so crazy. So during Scarecrow 4, hitbox expanded downwards so this big sweeping mid power crush clearly whiffing Zhao Yu and shit. So they were like, yo, we don't want this to whiff. It's a big sweeping mid. Let it hit. Let it rock. How do we tarantula? There we go. To better facilitate Zatina's characteristic style in Tekken 8 of applying pressure to opponents using moves imbued with Azazel's power, the following buffs have been implemented. The behavior of the opponent on block has been changed, and frame advantage has been changed from -7 to +6. To make it easier to apply pressure after the opponent blocks the attack, the distance from the opponent was reduced on block. Alright, so we're doing this and this. What are we actually... Okay, let me get... I love seeing this, and I'm just like, that's too much space. You had to reduce the distance of that. There's... Oh, no, they're too far away. God forbid any of my hits could reach. Like, what are we even... Just... What, like... I almost bet she could fucking throw. If you're in throw range, how are you not close enough? But I could understand if they were like, oh, they want to put it in range so it could throw. If you're in throw range, why do you need to be close? Did it specify on hit or block right here? On block opponent and making pressure to apply pressure if the opponent blocks the attack. The distance from the opponent was reduced when blocked. Yeah, sure. Because you couldn't apply pressure from this. You could jab. You can jab, you can grab, you can apply pressure. What are we even talking about here? It's like they did shit just to do shit. That's not... That part's like nothing. Changing it to +6 helps you add more pressure to the opponent's block than that distance reduction. And that's that. And that's that. That's all the patch notes. So we got a 6-hour maintenance on next Tuesday, huh? That's what we're looking at. Down 2, baby. Down 2, baby. How many people we have here? Is anyone trying to play? Is there enough people here to get a lobby going? Yeah. I haven't eaten anything yet today. I should probably make some food. I haven't done any practice either. Oh man, God forbid they nerfed my heat smash distance. Oh. Lee Charlan. Hey, Lee, don't do that. Hey, Lee, don't do that. Lol. This becomes real. On the update, that becomes real. That becomes real. No, that's only +3. I thought that was +4. Wait, did they... Hang on. Whoa, wait a second here. Let me check my spread. I could have swore that was +4. What happened here, baby? Up forward 4. No, up forward 3. Nope, we got 3 on block. I thought it was 4 this whole time. I was playing around it like it was 4. Technically still works for what we're talking about. This one, not so much. Yep, that. Oh, they know not what they've done. Oh my god. Like I said, any of those Devil Jins complaining on fucking Twitter, any of that shit because Smash got nerfed or fucking they know not. They know not the power that's been unleashed with that shit. Because then we could trap into that for free launch that becomes useful. Like, whew, whew. Oh god, they thought they were complaining about Devil Jin before. Oh shit. I love it. I love it. Wake up, raw drive reversal. Raw drive reversal. What implications could that have? I wonder if since you're doing it raw, that would get rid of some of your recovery frames, and I wonder if that would actually make you able to reversal some things that you wouldn't normally do, like a jab, and not get punished for it. -6. Ah, man, that's just out of range of Guile's big punish. Guile was able to standing heavy punch that shit before. Now it's -6. We still have options there. I believe Guile has a -7, -6. Yeah, Guile was able to standing heavy punch that shit before. It was amazing. But that's gone now. I'm not sure what I believe crouching medium punch is 6 frames, so we still have that. And that crouching medium punch on punish counter gives us standing heavy punch. So realistically, we have the same shit. We just have to do the crouching medium punch first, and then the standing heavy, and then drive rush. So doesn't change much. We still got it. The part about it being raw is kind of what gets me. Bro, they quote me now, plus, because I know you're about that shit. They buffed Devil Jin stronger than anybody, stronger than these people on Twitter know. I'm saying it right now. That Heat Smash change is the least of people's problems when this patch goes through. I already just labbed some stuff out in like 2 seconds. It's like, dude, no, this is not. It's over. It's over. I'm happy about that. There's been times where I think there's a meeting I wanted to drive reversal. I end up getting fucking drive impact. But raw drive reversal so committal, I feel like. To just whip that shit out on someone. Because you could just do it on block. But like I said, it would make things punishable by drive reversal that aren't normally. How does drive reversal react to parry? You just parry drive reversal, right? So if you go to raw drive reversal and someone just parries your wake up reversal, you just get parried, right? It doesn't break it. Oh. But if you're going to do that, you would just DI. I was like, it gives you an option to wake up reversal against the DI. But you would just DI. You would just DI back. I don't know. Having it be less punishable justifies it a little better, though. I think that's a good call. We've talked about it before, but that was before we fully understood the mechanics of it. Yeah, I gotta start doing that. That's way better than what I get. Overall, I feel like the patch notes are headed in the right direction. I can kind of... I... Mm, I think I can see the vision that they're trying to sculpt. So that's just heat. That's just rage art. I wonder if I can get used to doing that. Oh no. Can I just remove? I think it's the answer. Oh. Yo, that's another bonus that's going to happen along with that. But bro, they don't know. They don't know. So a lot of the times when someone will fall off the wall and you'll do back forward 2-1 and they'll fall off the wall before you get your 4 out to do the flip kick into laser. But now if you land back forward 2-1, it's going to track for the 3. It's going to land when people try and slide off the wall like that, and we're going to get that follow-up now no matter what. Let me try it. See if I could try and get it to happen. See right there. Right, that's the exact situation. Since the back forward 2-1 hit, that last 4 would have actually retracted and caught him. And laser would have hit. Now, of course, they might be able to stand up fast enough and get a block out, but at least you would we would be plus here instead of or maybe not. I don't know if we're plus exactly, but we're definitely safe. Yeah, we're actually +2. So we would be +2 right there instead of back turned and dying. Because it's going to track now. There's, see, so many little implications of that I don't people so fixated on heat smash. Go ahead. Go ahead, be fixated on heat smash. Whew. So like I said, do we have anyone here for a lobby? Or is anyone actually like trying to do a lobby? Or... Are we all dead? Are we all dead after the lecture? Makes sense. Oh man, it's just jamming those notes. Cause I gotta say, I'm pretty cooked. That's crazy. What they're doing plays so well into what I've been actually like working on and trying to level up and all that. Oh man, I'm actually excited. I'm excited for that patch. I'm happy with what I see. Yeah, I think I would just call it a night here. Call it a night here. I still got to take a shower for work and cook some dinner, so I think we just put a bow on it. You just put a bow on it for today, and tomorrow just do what we do. Do what we do. Today was Tuesday. Shit, did I? We done missed the can opener, huh? Ah, whatever. Damn, I could have watched can opener today and then done patch notes tomorrow. Ah, shit. Is what it is. Is what it is. GG's everybody. Be safe. Have a great rest of your night. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.